excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, you know, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, and I feel authentically myself. I would cry because I'm really happy.
Check, check.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, you know, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy.
Good morning, everyone on the west coast of the U.S. and good afternoon, evening, even night for those of us around the world. We all time travel, don't we? So we are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, thank you so much for joining us this morning, online and in person. It is my pleasure to introduce Tina B., who is our first speaker this morning. A little bit about Tina. She is an Usui Reiki master, a medium and intuitive healing practitioner. Her powerful mission in her decades-long practice is to skillfully guide her clients out of dis-ease and into empowerment. In order to sustain health and wellness long-term, also to embody the best of our life experience by releasing self-imposed boundaries, shifting our beliefs, and reclaiming our ability to steer. I like that very much. Tina's powerful work focuses on belief, feelings, thoughts, actions, and our subconscious autopilot, as well as the deepening of consistent energy practices that awaken and enliven our authenticity and well-being. Today, Tina will be exploring how to miraculously body, mind, spirit, how our miraculously body, mind, spirit, there we go, can open naturally into abundance. She will guide us into passing through all that wall of illusion as we break free from loops, cycles, and blocks that keep us stuck. What a great way to start the day. Welcome, Tina. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone on the live stream and everyone here in the room in person. Thank you for joining. Let's start by, hey, you're a wizard, Harry. To the person next to you or nearby and introduce yourself as a wizard and remind each other no wand needed.
my name is Umi. I've been meditating since 2015. I'm new to this Reiki stuff, so.
Perfect. Thank you for being here. Perfect. Okay, so why do we start with the fund wizard piece, right? It's pointing us to that 2.0, that upgraded version of us that's coming next, right? And where we start is we were never given a user guide for body mind, right? So we don't know how to use our immense abilities. And when we learn, we must be willing to practice and rehearse in order to reinforce a new route. So we stop pulling up in front of a house where we no longer live. Have you ever done that or anything like that? Your mind is on autopilot when you're driving and you end up somewhere you didn't intend to be. That's subconscious, right? That's the autopilot. Okay. So when's the last time you or someone you know personally experienced a full non-invasive reverse of stage 4 cancer, aligned to manifest $50,000 out of nowhere? Literally, you go into your bank app, you thought it was a $200 deposit coming and $50,000 right in there. Or released intense pain with no medication, no injection, no waiting time, no side effects. These are the kinds of things that are absolutely miraculous and sound astounding, but are entirely real. So that's where we're going to go today. We're going to integrate with some new tools and practices that you can take with you to begin priming the body and mind for that next stage of the journey. So that when we make that next choice point, that conscious choice to go through a new door and take a new route, then we have that ability to have tools that reinforce and practices that reinforce going the new way, the fresh way. Okay. Thank you for nodding along. All right, excellent. And those tools, by the way, will boost immunity substantially. We'll talk about that before we leave. Reduce stress, and again, prime the body for that U 2.0 upgrade. Okay. Now, Allison offered a gracious intro, and I'll just add to that a little bit by saying that I was quiet for a long time about the energy work and biofield therapy. And part of that relates to the fact that my livelihood has long-standing come from the business world, right? So I have worked with clients across 20 countries to grow businesses, and I conditioned my mind to scan for gaps and then understand how to close them. You know, where's the disconnect and how can we get from where we are now to the next improvement and continue optimizing from there. But something happened in my family with my brother when he was 16. It was far beyond any business issue. Now, he was a star football player, primed and ready to be a collegiate recruit, and had all of lumps and bumps to show for it. And of course, he was prone to inhale any food-related items in his orbit. So it was strange when at Thanksgiving that year, he ducked out of dinner. And it quickly became clear that this was much more than a flu. But of course, we're all shocked to hear doctors describe a grapefruit-sized tumor in his throat and cancer that had spread everywhere except bones and brain. So now this was a long time ago, and fortunately, Western medicine got my brother on the other side of that severe circumstance at that time. Of course, his souvenirs include zipper scars across his torso from the surgeries, and you know, all of the outgrowths you can imagine from 6 months of chemo. And I had a moment of being taken back to that more than I had before. Thank you for your kindness. I feel that energy from you. I feel that. Ultimately, the seed was planted with his experience that caused me to look for opportunities. Now, I was used to scanning for opportunities to close the gap. Now I started scanning for opportunities because of his experience and because of what that means for so many others on the cancer journey for less invasive options. So as a result of that experience and that seed being planted, I can stand here today and talk to you from firsthand experience with not just recovery of one stage 4 cancer, but multiple, and recoveries and remissions of a range of ailments, non-invasively. And in the case of the most extreme circumstance, it was not my brother. I only learned 6 to 8 weeks in to the 6 months of sessions with him that doctors had sent him home with just 7 days to live. So I'm just gonna give that a moment, because that was a big one even for me to swallow when I realized as we were going. So all this is very real. We start out with the playful notion of the wizard because that's true. And when we see that in entertainment, that idea of fantasy leads us to believe that these things are not possible for us, when in fact, we've just never learned how to do that kind of thing with what we've been given. So that's what we're here to do today. But open the scope a little bit, because cancer is not the only thing out there, and there's been a great emphasis on that so far. Worldwide, already the diagnosed number of cases of anxiety worldwide exceeds the entire US population. So let's let that one sink in too. And if we take that to the next level, if we look at the entire population of first world countries, assuming that if someone has received a full diagnosis, that means they have the resources and access to a therapist who's offering that diagnosis. So we're pointing that in the direction of first world countries. And that population number is around 1.2 billion. And so if we know that worldwide already roughly 400 million diagnosed cases of anxieties exist, that's a third of the first world population that's been diagnosed formally with anxiety. So clearly that's meant to get our attention. That's an invitation for change there as well. And we can dial those numbers out further, talking about statistics related to medication spend, because that's a lifelong prescription then. In the United States, it's roughly $300 to $500 a month. And in the US at this time, $900 million a year on anxiety medications alone. So what does that number mean? I wanted to know, because that's a big number to wrap your head around. So in the simplest terms, a Big Mac a day for 500,000 years. Big Mac a day, every day for 500,000 years. That's $900 million. Or an NFL football team. You could buy a football team. Or 7,000 retail stores, which also equates to a lot of jobs, right? So as we start to look at these numbers differently and we see the picture of what's going on in our lives and the lives of those around us, we understand the impact that can be had by being able, learning how to utilize our abilities to a fuller extent. Okay, so let's keep doing that, right? Now, if I told you that Einstein meditated, would that make you more inclined to meditate? Show of hands, who in here has meditated before? Any type, any length. Okay, great. Is that everyone? Excellent. Okay, how about who's meditated for 10 minutes or longer? Nice. 30 minutes or longer? Wonderful. Anyone consistently meditating at least once a week? Okay, excellent. How about our daily meditators? Anyone? Okay, fantastic. So we're going to talk about someone who's not in the practice of doing that yet, how and why that's so important and what kind of a difference it makes. So The Einstein reference, there's a quote from Einstein that I love so much that talks about information is not knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. So true, right? Thank you for nodding along again. And so the idea here is for any of us who don't have a lot of experience or deep experience meditating, or maybe our meditation experiences haven't been what we would like yet, what we're wanting to do with the information that we gain today is turn it into understanding through experience as soon as possible, and then keep reinforcing that again to carve out that new route, right? Okay. So our building blocks for today are aware, clear, access. If we're choosing a new choice point, if we're choosing a new door that we're going to go through with these new techniques, we're making that conscious choice. We want to make sure that ongoing aware, clear access is our target. And that's going to get us to the point where we can send and receive information. And that information may turn out to be telepathic information. That information may turn out to be an experience with mediumship. Someone from the other side is trying to give information to us. That information may end up being a biological upgrade. That could be a spontaneous remission. That information could be alignment with a manifestation, that $50,000, right? All these things are information. And if we are closed off, or if our signal is clouded, if our signal is not clear, then we can't receive that information, and there's nothing that we, mind, body, or spirit can do with it, right? It's just outside of us. Okay. So aware, clear access. If we're starting with awareness, there are two pieces to that. As we come into our meditation, we're focused on presence, right? We're going to tame that monkey mind. Everybody knows what the monkey mind is, yes? Okay, anybody not know what monkey mind is? Okay, yes, those distractions. Okay, so if we sit down for meditation and suddenly as we close our eyes, we're remembering, oh, I didn't have my coffee yet this morning, or social media, or what on my to-do list, those things can wait until after the meditation, right? But it takes practice at the early stages to tame that monkey mind so it doesn't get in the way and keep distracting us out of presence. So that's one piece of it. Consciousness, and both of these are things that we want to do. And I'm sorry, I keep sort of stepping. I'm trying not to go away from our live stream too much. Presence and consciousness, all of these things, we start with closed-eyed meditation, but ultimately the idea is that our life becomes our meditation, right? So we're becoming conscious as we move through day-to-day life. We're staying more present as we move through day-to-day life. So the consciousness piece of it relates to becoming a witness or an observer. And that enables us to avoid those triggers, those knee-jerk reactions that can pull us out of presence and also push us into lower emotional states, into our survival centers. And we'll talk about that too. If we could hold questions to the end, that would be amazing. Only because we have a contained time frame. I want to make sure for you, for everyone, that we have a chance to get to practice today. So thank you, and I won't forget you. And even if we just talk one-on-one at the end, I will take that. Okay, so conscious presence. And the reason that I asked the question about 10 minutes of meditation as opposed to 30 minutes of meditation, not only is consistency important, but the length of meditations is important, especially from early on, because as we're retraining, as we're taming that monkey mind, the ideal scenario is that we move as quickly as possible out of our problem-solving beta brainwaves. That's what we use every day to get around, move through life, right? Into daydreaming alpha, and eventually hypnotic theta. Because in alpha and theta, that's where we get to the point where we can start really reprogramming. We can set a new intention, we can start redirecting those patterns of behavior that we've had installed for weeks, months, years, decades in some cases, right? So we want to give the brain and mind time. We give the brain time to shift out of those beta brain waves and keep rolling from there. Who's heard this? Welcome. I became free when I realized the cage is made of thoughts. I always get goosebumps with that one because it's true. So when we're talking about conscious and subconscious, and we're talking about that autopilot, and we're talking about beliefs. And what are beliefs? Beliefs are just a series of thoughts we keep thinking until they're fully installed. And that's just the way we see things, the way we do things, the lens that we look through. So if we want to release that cage of thoughts, reshape the way that we're perceiving and acting in the world, and most importantly, what we're feeling, because those elevated emotions, those are our fuel, right? So if we're wanting to reshape, we have to be willing to get into practice, shift those brainwaves, stay conscious, and keep going. Okay. So how about this one? Where attention goes, energy flows. I heard it somewhere in the back. Good job. So from a simplistic standpoint, if we are simplifying and looking at the building blocks today and connecting the dots, when we think of in terms of intention as our directive and attention as the fuel, right? Then intention and attention is our simplified formula to get us in the direction of change. Okay. So what are the mechanics of that? If we've started out meditating and we're taming the monkey mind and we're working on staying more conscious and working on staying present in our day-to-day life as well as in meditation, then we start to look at how the energy centers and the torus field come in. Oh, well, there you go. The torus field come in. So is there anyone who's not familiar with the 7 or 8 primary energy centers? Everybody's familiar, right? We know generally, a lot of people call them chakras. I say energy centers because they correspond to our endocrine system. So organs and glands that secrete hormones. So already, just with that one piece of information, we get that sense of how our energy and our emotions are interconnected with our physiology, right? So if we're thinking in terms of the energy centers themselves, we can break them off into 2 main corridors. So we've got our survival centers for the first 3, so root, sacral, and solar plexus. Those are our centers of primal urges and will, right? Those are our instinctive centers. Super potent energy there, but if we're looking at the mechanics of how our energy centers interact with and influence our torus field, which is essentially our Wi-Fi signal, if we think of the body as a router and our torus field is that Wi-Fi, if we are triggered, if we're reacting instead of responding, so we're not conscious anymore and we're not present, and we're pushed into our survival centers in fear or frustration or perpetual worry or stress, what happens to our torus field, which is shaped like an apple, by the way, but it's essentially a big bubble around us of energy that can stretch several feet in every direction. So that's a great way to communicate with the unified field when it's open and clear. But if our router goes offline because we've fallen into stress, we've fallen into worry, we've fallen into fear, then essentially our energy is constricting down to protect us, right? So we've lost our signal, we're offline. Now, when we are in the practice of activating each of the energy centers, harmonizing the centers, and pulling energy up out of the lower 3 survival centers into the gateway of the heart, then we can begin to establish and amplify a clear signal. So let's talk about the heart for a minute. So the heart, I covered it up when the thing fell. So the heart is far more powerful than led to believe as well. So the heart is 60% more powerful electrically than the brain, 5,000 times more powerful magnetically, so the heart's a magnet, and has 40,000 neurites. So essentially it functions as a brain, particularly in favor of our intuitive abilities when we understand how to use them. Okay, so when you hear the phrase, the heart knows, that's what that's about. The heart's its own brain. Okay, so energy centers, heart's the gateway. We want this big, beautiful, open, clear torus field, right? If we are looking for aware, clear access, then pulling that energy out from the survival centers up into the heart, and this is part of what we're going to practice today. Into the heart, we want to open and nurture that beautiful heart with feelings, elevated feelings of gratitude. That's my signal. We got to keep rolling. Elevated emotions of gratitude, love, joy. So when we do our practice, have in mind an interaction with a child, an interaction with a pet, a memory of a loved one, anything that really evokes that amazing, wonderful, inspiring feeling of love, gratitude, joy. We open up through the heart. We stay and nurture that open heart to create order in the signal. And that order, coherence, you've heard that term, I'm sure, that signal from coherence or rhythm and order, that's what creates the ultimate clarity. So we amplify, we clarify that signal, and now we've got our aware, clear access. So let's go one more place before we do a demo and roll right into our practice session. And that is, let's sit down at the chef's table. Now, this chef is not any ordinary chef. This chef is a metaphor for the universe. So this is pretty excellent chef, best chef ever, arguably, right? This chef can make any dish you can possibly imagine, and all those that we have never even fathomed yet. So from the standpoint of aware, clear access, before we make our reservation, as we're making that reservation at the chef's table, getting ready to put our order in with this best of all chefs, chef, what we're doing is we are getting consistent and staying consistent with our practice. We're really getting familiar with and understanding how our energy feels and works. And we're noticing consciously in presence as we move through our day, what is it that causes me to fall out of that beautiful feeling of love in my heart? What happens when I have an interaction with someone and I fall into survival for a minute? Because it happens to all of us. It's part of the human condition, right? But this aspect of awareness means that we're witnessing what's happening, and then we're going back into our practice to pull right back out of it. So imagine the nosedive of an airplane, right? You're not going to keep nosediving down. You're just going to pull it right back up and get back to your coasting altitude. Okay. So we have a reservation at the chef's table, and we're so excited about it, and we've been anticipating it for months maybe, and we've been in our practice, and we know what we're doing, and we're ready for it, and we sit down at the table, and we put our order in, and we are just salivating. We've been salivating in anticipation because we know that's part of the effectiveness of the process too. But now something happens, and we have this hint, something's nudging at us. Where's chef? My order should have been out by now. Why is it not showing up? I've been waiting. I showed up on time for myself. I put the order in. I've been doing what I'm supposed to do. Where's my meal? So the minute that we do that, we're falling out of all the elements of our practice, right? So the idea here is that while, part of connecting the dots is watching for the synchronicities that show up as breadcrumbs and leveraging those as stepping stones of encouragement to keep going forward. In the case of the $50,000 manifester, she had another envelope of $1,000, $100, crisp new $100 bills showing up in cash just in the last week. Another breadcrumb because she's got another intention, she's got another order in with Chef. But if she were so anxious about the order that she's waiting on, that she only wants that order, then she would miss out on the excitement and the wonderful breakthrough that happened as a result of this mysterious envelope of cash showing up for her in the interim as well, not to mention the earlier $50,000. So the idea here is that we stay consistent and persistent and relax into the process as we go. We do our part and we let the universe do the universe's part. Okay, you guys ready to go into the demo and try a little bit of practice? Okay, simple steps. So what we're going to do, and I will turn off the lights for us as we go into practice, and then we'll gently come back at the end before we go. Okay, so we are going to do 3 pieces. We are going to focus on the heart. So remember we mentioned earlier, thank you. Yes, you can put a gentle hand on your heart if that helps you as well. Remember what we mentioned earlier about finding that memory, that experience, that interaction of love, joy, gratitude that really makes it visceral. Let's bring that up too. When we focus on the heart, we want to be in that place of love, joy, gratitude. Okay, because what we're going to do, we're going to open up and nurture that heart and amplify, open up that field. In the process, we are going to do a vagus nerve reset breath set. So I will guide that in the demo and also guide that. We're going to have a track that we will use, but I'll guide that early in the track so that you know how to follow and then you can just fall into rhythm with it. And in the process of our practice, I will also, when we get to that point, I'll entrain us together and you guys will receive an extra boost of healing energy along the way as well. So, heart-centered, emotion, love, joy, gratitude. The vagus nerve reset breath is in for 4 through the nose. As we hold for 7, we're going to really expand, extend through the heart. Open that heart with love, joy, gratitude. And then out through the mouth for 8. And in through the nose for 4. Expanding out with love, joy, gratitude. And out through the mouth for 8. Excellent. Okay, great. We will put the track on. I'm going to turn the lights out for us. And we will get rolling. Eyes open or closed, either way is fine, but closed gives you more relaxation at this point. Sit up, close your eyes. Give attention through your precious heart with gratitude. Let it bloom. start the breath momentarily. Follow my lead. And in through the nose for 4. Hold and expand through the heart with love, joy, gratitude. And release through the mouth for 8. And breathe in through the nose for 4. Expand out through the heart for 7. Love, joy, gratitude. Release through the mouth for 8. Allow a smile. In through the nose for 4. Expanding through the heart with love, joy, gratitude. And release through the mouth for 8. Feel it rise. Keep going. In through the nose for 4. Breathe in. Expanding through the heart with love, joy, gratitude. And out through the mouth for 8. And release. And continue. Inhale. In through the nose for 4. Love, joy, gratitude. And release. Reach deep. Inhale. And release. Reach the sweetness of your grateful soul. Through your heart. Breathe in. And release. Relax. Feel at ease. with ease. And release. And smile. And release. And flow. And ease. With joy. And peace. And breathe. And release. With peace. And ease. Illuminate. Your precious, grateful heart. And breathe. And release. gently come back. How'd you like that one? Okay. Okay. So that was a little more than 10 minutes. And if you do that 3 times a day, every day, in less than a week, you boost your immunity 50%. Just with that. Isn't that mind-blowing? Just extra attention on the heart. Reset that vagus nerve. Just some gentle self-care. 10 minutes when we wake up in the morning. 10 minutes at any point in the day. It can be lunch. It could be sometime if we had a rough moment, a rough encounter. 10 minutes before bed. Better than any flu shot. Yeah. So that's an introduction to some of the practice pieces. And boy, you all have beautiful energy, by the way. This is such a lovely group, and I'm so honored and privileged to be with you today. And I'm so glad that we had this time to get started with these things together. So let's kind of tie some of the pieces back together in addition to the tools. So now this live stream, it'll take a couple of weeks before it's online. But of course, you can grab the meditation through the QR code on any of the either the bookmark or the business card. And for the live streamers, I'll hold that up before we finish today. But you can tune into the live stream and do it along with the live stream if you just need a little bit of extra guidance for the heart and the breathing pieces of the meditation. Now that is a little under half of a 30-minute meditation, which also includes activating and harmonizing the energy centers, just so that you know, if you like the music, if you like the way that it works. So we covered a lot quickly today, and my intention is that while some of that information is more basic and fundamental, that we are enriching the understanding in tandem with this new experience to anchor it in and really open us up to new possibilities. That's why we talk about the reversal of stage 4 cancer non-invasively. That's why we talk about the alignment with the $50,000 manifestation. And incidentally, both of those most extreme, the first 2 examples, were within 8 weeks. Huge, huge results within 8 weeks. Now, the full recovery of the cancer was 6 months, but within 8 weeks, he turned a deathbed into 4 months outside of being released from hospice. For the $50,000 manifestation, she did the 6-week online course and 2 one-on-one sessions, and boom, there was her $50,000. So everything starts with that first conscious choice, right? Choosing the new door, choosing to go a different way than we've gone every other time before. And then we reinforce that with the practices and the tools. But, you know, it always seems impossible till it's done, right? The Mandela quote, the idea of today and the Wizard reference and the U 2.0 is to demystify that. Practical alchemy, if we are looking at the tradition of alchemy, that's transforming base metals into gold. And if we want to give you your Midas touch, so you can do that for any version of gold that you envision in your life, that transformation needs to have practical, practice-oriented aspects to it, right? So we just break it down into the building blocks and make it simple and more digestible. Aware, clear, access. Practice makes progress, and progress leaves proof. So, all right. So for anyone who has not had a chance yet to get on the list for the special offer today, put your name and your phone number, especially, and your email address on the list at the back table before you head out. We have just a couple more things to talk about. And then you will get that code, and so you can use that special offer. And then again, for the folks on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us as well. And I'm going to hold up the business card before I wrap up. I know we had a question, so I'm going to do that with you one-on-one before you go. I have a smaller window today than I usually do, but anyone who is interested in one-on-one in-person sessions today, please hang out outside the door for a few minutes. There's an alcove out there. And I will be out there straight away, and you can follow me, and we'll get to a spot where we can do a one-on-one. And of course, that option is available for Zooms as well. And then, as mentioned before, you can find the online course, the meditation, there's a journal available, etc. So, do you feel a little different? Do you feel it? Yeah. Yeah, some of you guys went super, super deep for that meditation, and I loved it. So, I mean, the whole room was in, there was no question about it, but there were a few of you that were just, you went somewhere else, and I like it. So you can always tell when there's been practice that seeds the foundation and takes us forward. So very thrilled to be with you, and I hope and trust that you've taken a lot away from this today, and that you continue to make this information knowledge by using your practice and gaining your experience around it. So experience changes us. We can trust it, right? So that's the whole point behind being the change. It all starts with each of us. So happy to be with you. Wishing you the happiest holidays. All right. And anyone who wants to stay and have a chat, just give me a minute so that I transition in fairness for the next person. And I'm going to grab my business cards. And there are business cards up here and bookmarks. And there are also business cards and bookmarks by the sign-in list at the back. So we're going to give this, I don't know how to show it to them. There we go. You guys are so polite. Thank you. Thank you. And for the folks who came in a little bit later, if you want to hang out for a sec too, if you have any questions, again, the live stream will be up, but it'll probably take a couple of weeks. So that patient at the chef's table is always appreciated. Does anyone want to have me field a question while we still are live for a sec? I expected that we might have a little bit of an interesting time fitting everything in, but we're actually okay. They're giving us, I didn't see her pop in. We are over time. Okay, thank you so much for joining us today, you guys.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I would cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit transformation.
Step into camera view here. Welcome everyone to the 11 o'clock talk. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we'd like to welcome you in joining us today in Pleasanton, California, and online all the way around the world. It is my pleasure to introduce Dennis Shimasaka, and just a little bit about him. He blesses and empowers his clients utilizing his skills as a Tao soul healer, while taking them on the ultimate Tao meditation journey through an advanced, simple breathing in and out technology, utilizing a high frequency called the Tao light wall to transform low frequency energy. Dennis works on all parts of the body, including the mental, emotional, and spiritual through the energy channels, meridians, chakras, organs, and body systems. Today with Dennis, we learn about energy healing, especially related to the chakras and meridians, as we experience the amazing power of Tao energy clearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. Everyone's out on this cold, warm, hot day or whatever it is, wherever you are. How many people are familiar with energy healing in the room? Okay, somewhat. Chakras? Meridians. The reason why I ask is that the interesting, my topic changed a little bit. More importantly is the key, let me kind of explain where I came from and how I got started. I've been doing this roughly for about 13 or 15 years. This thing, I say thing, it's called Tao Soul Healing. It's a practice of energy healing, but more importantly, I never attended any events like this before. Never, ever before doing this. So I have to commend those people that are here, because I would never step foot in this place previous, because I was a business person. And so how I got started in particular is I was looking for a faster way to achieve a goal. and more importantly, trying to find a faster way to achieve a goal. I met my teacher, his name is Dr. Master Zhigong Shah, and part of the information we'll go over this chart, if you can see it. I'm not sure if you can see it in the room. We have some diagrams here to hand out. But what it is in particular, the energy Tao, soul healing, meridians, energy channels, chakras, you can't see. And I'm taking it from a standpoint, you can't see or touch them, but they exist. One of the things I kind of focus in on is because they can't see or touch them, assume they're blocked. Okay, if you take the assumption if they're assumed they're blocked, then you're taking proactive action of taking steps to correct them, which means doing energy healing, doing any kind of sound bath or whatever you do. The reason why I do these workshops and teachings is because it's a faster way. I'm very, very, very impatient. I don't know about you, but I like to have things done like fast. Don't seem like that, but I am. More importantly, the reason for that is because having action like this and seeing changes is important. The key is seeing transformation and changes in a snap of the finger. How it works, this is kind of a diagram, if you can see it. It's kind of representation of right here. This is the worst case scenario, being someone has cancer. You see cancer of the lung, you have the Shen, which is the soul, heart, mind of the lung. The Shen is the soul, heart, mind of the lung. If you look at up here, it's space, the space and the cells. The lung, every single lung, all the spaces and everything around it has a vibration. Okay? In this room, we're going to experiment and show you vibration. Anyone who can volunteer? Come on. What's your name?
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi. Come on in. Any pain? Any pain at all?
Not particularly.
Not particular?
Yeah.
Oh, let me have a seat. Anyone have any pain? What's your pain level? Oh, what do you? You want to participate? I'm sorry. Huh? I volunteer.
Has no pain, then only few people will come.
I'm sorry?
No.
Oh, the screen got dark. The screen got really dark.
So you would want someone.
Oh no, you could help. The computer. Can someone go and tell her the computer turned off? I think it shut off. It shut off? Anyway, that's fine. That means we get more time. So the vibrational frequency, everything is vibrational frequency. The sound is a vibrational frequency. The room is a vibrational frequency. I am going to increase the frequency in the room. Is anyone familiar with using a pendulum? Are you familiar?
I think I've used it before.
We'll try this one. What you want to do is just wrap all this in. It's a different pendulum, and just place it like in your hand, and then hold 2 fingers. Keep your hand this way. Okay? There's 2 fingers right there. Hold it. Just hold it. Don't concentrate. Just relax. 2 fingers. Yeah, the screen is black. It's blacked out. The pendulum shows frequency and energy, negative or positive. So if you put it toward a electric socket, it shows more negative than positive. I'm trying to show frequency in the room. It's changing now. So you can put your hands up. I don't want you to hold it. And so I don't know if they want this video on or not. I'll keep on going on. So more importantly, what it is the frequency energy in the room. I'm going to start increasing the frequency. Go ahead.
How would you know is negative or positive?
This one? Yeah, the difference is that that's not working. So is in the see this see that see that's negative because it's an electrical outlet. These books.
So is it like side to side is negative?
No, typically circle. These are circles. And so this is a unique pendulum. It does not explain what I'm trying to show is frequency and energy. I'm taking what you can't see or touch into something that can be seen and touched. More importantly. And I'm sorry about this video or whatever they're doing. That's baffling. And this is the computer screen is just black. Oh, there it is. Okay, we got light. So the actual pendulum on the computer see that it's turning clockwise. Okay, and what I showed was the book is more positive. So what we're going to do is we're working with energy and frequency in the room. So you can just hold it. Just you know, just easy. Keep your hand. You want to wrap this all in your hand. Perfect. And so more importantly, we just want to show frequency and energy in the room. And so more importantly is you can't see or touch it. The only thing mechanism we have is something, this gadget and or I say pendulum. Because if you're familiar with working with the pendulum, then you know that there's a difference. There's a body pendulum too, if you're familiar with it. What the concept is, I'm taking from what is unknown and you can't see or touch to something that you can actually say there is something that is occurring. So what I want you to do is just close your eyes. You can close your eyes. Just close your eyes, and those on the screen also, just close your eyes. Place your hands toward the screen. Just place your hands up. Close your eyes. Okay. I'm increasing the frequency in the room a little bit. Increasing again a little bit more. And those online, increasing the frequency a little more. Increasing the frequency a little more. Is it taping? Yes. It's recording or your own? Okay. I think it's working, right? Increasing frequency a little more. Is it working? Mm-hmm. Okay. It blacked out. Okay. Worked right. Okay. Okay. Just close your eyes. Just put your hands. Close your eyes. If those kids just joining, just placing your hands, keeping your eyes closed. The reason for keeping your eyes closed in this practice is because we're working on stopping the distractions around the whole area. We don't need any more distractions. So just notice the frequency, energy increasing in the room, increasing it again. Increasing it again. increasing again. Okay, increasing it a little bit more. We can go significantly higher. Just want to make sure that it resonates with everyone's body at this point. It's not too high, not too low. So just notice what's occurring in your body. Feels online. This is called the field, energy field frequency. If you can hear the music, part of it is the music that's playing. Part of it is me increasing the frequency in the room. So you can bring your hands down. You can open your eyes. Any comments in the room? Notice any difference?
There's a lot of waves coming or touching my palm.
Waves coming, touching your palm. Anything else? Did you notice the change in frequency and energy in the room?
I feel there's a little wind.
You feel what?
Wind. Like wind.
Wind? Wind? Okay. Any other comments, or did you feel anything? I guess. Did you have sensations, tingly sensations in your hand? Tingly sensations in your hand? Any feet? Anywhere else? You may or may not. Several factors that are involved with that is, number one is increasing the frequency in a room does several things. And contributes to several factors. It's an external factor. So this representation of this chart is external factors involved with the healing process is the field around. What does that mean? Your environment is critical. Home, wherever it is. Who's contributing to that environment? You are. See? And if you're constantly positive, one of the things you can do is play what's called this love, peace, harmony. It's in the handout in the back. You can go to lovepeaceharmony.org, and the sound frequency increases the frequency of the field around you. So everything that I do and work with is increasing the field around you, and then we'll do a healing so you get an idea what the actual Tao Soul healing is. If you go into a negative field, you can feel it. I don't know if any comments on where maybe you've been, prisons or some psychiatric wards. I've been to Hiroshima in Japan. It's the most horrific place to go because you can feel that. It's a death feeling, and it's just horrific. It's like Twin Towers. There's just that, they're horrific. It's not good or bad. I'm just giving an example of energy frequency from the outside in. So, you comment?
I feel like just resonating about what you say is just the soul is not leaving. There's a lot of negative energy when you go to your, because of the nuclear bomb before. And I went there.
Yeah, right.
I feel that very strongly.
Right, the negativity, yes. So if someone's negative in your home, that contributes to your ailments, unfortunately. Can you do something about it? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But you're contributing to it. And the key, I'm going to teach you in some things here, is to increase the frequency and energy as I did. What I do, anyone can do. Here, hold that. Let me see. Here, place that here. And then this last two. Yeah. Where? Right there. Just yeah. You can stand up. Maybe stand up. See if the frequency in the room has changed. No, 2 fingers. I'm sorry. Yeah, just hold 2 fingers.
Going in circles.
Okay, so it's going in more and more circles than before. So it's showing the increase in the frequency in the room. So the main thing is I want to show you is I wasn't making it up, is that this shows frequency and energy change in the room, whereas before it was like, you could have a seat, I'm sorry. But it's trying to show frequency and energy changes in the room. And this is a unique pendulum. And mainly what it is, I try to show a demonstration purposes. But more importantly, you're looking at changes that are occurring. I'm sorry, I'm lying. But more, when you're looking at changes, it's external. External. This is external. Partly external, part internal. So the external part of this equation is that your environment and everything that's affecting it is from the outside in too. What you're breathing, the water, your foods. Would you like to volunteer? Have a seat. What's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
There's one thing, but this everyone has this ability. Everyone has this ability. All right. Everyone has this ability. I keep on repeating this because of the fact we do. And I'm working on writing a book. What we don't know, we don't know. But this part of this is that this is part of the practice is get a bottle of water. Real simple. I'll hold it. And what you want to do is place both hands around it. I think I bought a pendulum. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for. I was trying to find, the room was kind of far away, but more importantly, all right. You okay? You having fun?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can hold it. Here, stand up. Stand right here. Okay, you go. Here. Let me stand right here for me. Well, this water bottle is very water bottle. Doesn't typically have an energy in it, right? So I do this in my classes all the time. What you want to do, Jackie, is just place both hands this way. And we're boosting it, just boost and close your eyes. Like this. So turning all your treasures and blessings. So what we're saying, we're turning all our treasures and blessings on, boosting the immune system, immunity in the water. So we're boosting immunity in the water. Boosting the immunity in what? Boosting it with nutrients, vitamins, nutrition. This is regular water. Okay, that's good. So that's her doing that. And so you can do this at home too. It's increasing the frequency. You can also do what's called a body pendulum check, and it will actually show that there's frequency in this. Okay, you can sit here. That's fine. How's your pain now? Getting better? Change. What's the level? Same. What's the level?
It's high, but I have a high tolerance.
Oh no, like what from 1 to 10?
Oh,
right now, what's it?
I'd say a 6.
Okay, 6. Where's it at?
Right here.
Okay, we'll work on that. But what I'm trying to show is that the frequency energy that we're made of water. If she can increase the frequency energy in a water bottle, can't you? Right? What about your foods? Okay. So what I'm saying is, and talking to my clients and the classes I'm presenting is, we have the power to increase the frequency and energy in the water, specifically positive, meaning increasing the nutrients in the water. And then what's also water-based? Our bodies. What's also water-based? Our foods. So water and foods, you could just place your hands. Is it a prayer? Well, yes and no. It's not really a prayer. This is an intention. Intention where you're actually getting a result. A prayer is indirectly like a wishful thinking in a way, certain ways. This is actually a result, a physical result of change that you're able to do. Okay? You're able to do because I'm able to do it. My frequency is higher, so I can increase the frequency a little bit higher. But when you start doing this, the water chemistry starts to change, and the nutrients and vitamins in here is actually changed. Dr. Emoto, wrote a book called Hidden Messages in Water, and in particular, what that does is that it showed he can crystallize bottled water, or bottled water, or water in general, by positive words. This is not positive word. This is positive, almost thought, intention, action, and energy. So if we're able to do this, I'm giving you a gift tonight for Christmas. You could do this, everything you eat. And I had a client that was working with a dog, and she started to do this, increase the nutrients in the dog food. And she's to put 2 different bowls, one with energizing the nutrients in one and not the other one not. He started going to the one with the increase in nutrients because of the fact that we're able to do this. But we're not taught on how to do this. How much time do we have? Do anyone know what time it is on? Clock's here. Okay, got plenty of time. So just giving you a gift, you can do this with your foods, vegetables, your body, anything, basically water-based. If our body's water-based, we can work with our food. So increasing, I'll increase the frequency of this. So I'm not gonna let you leave with this. I'm gonna increase the potency of it. So that's my gift to you. So you don't have to worry. We'll work about that. But more importantly, it's increasing the frequency. I've been doing this 13, 15 years, so I'm able to increase the frequency higher. It's a practice. I learned it. My teacher taught me a lot of these practices. You could do it. Isn't that something? If I could do it, you could do it. And so more importantly, I'm trying to show these practices because the energy and frequency is not seen. You can't see or touch it. And that makes it sometimes hard to believe that it exists. But when you start practicing increasing the frequency in the water, notice changes. Notice some changes. I am on blood thinners because I have a plastic heart valve. I use it with my medication. Changes it a little bit, but doesn't change it. I say a little bit because I don't have a scientific monitor or anything that says it changed. I just can tell it changed. One of the things you can practice doing is get some different bottles and have it. You could do it maybe during Christmas time. Place the bottled water, a couple of bottled water, and then close your eyes. See which way your body swings. And it's called the body pendulum. And then what it does is it teaches is your body swinging forward or backwards. Typically, if it swings forward, it means it resonates with you. Typically, if it falls back, it doesn't. So one of the practices I do, we take the bottled water, check it, and see if body resonates. Most water resonates with everyone, so typically it's forward. Then we start energizing it. Then after we energize the water bottle, and take a drink and sip from it, and check it again, it changes. It changes. Your body changes again. Changes from the standpoint, it starts to resonate more with it because we're increasing the frequency of it. And in a regular bottled water, it doesn't agree with it anymore because it resonates with a higher frequency. It naturally resonates with a higher frequency. So going back to this diagram in particular, so energy healing is we're increasing the energy frequency in the room. And this vibration and frequency and increasing in the room, we're going to increase it a little bit more. And we're going to work with you. We're doing the healing. And so as the cells vibrate from this outside message, it starts to vibrate at a higher frequency, higher frequency, higher frequency, higher frequency, and it clearing blockages and the meridian energy level, see? And so as it vibrates and changes and vibrates and changes, we're working on increasing that frequency. So the frequency and someone said tingly sensations, that's when your meridians energy channels are starting to open up. So some things. Any questions in the meantime? I've been rambling on a little bit. You're gonna fall asleep. Boring. Christmas boring. How long have you had that? Any
6 months?
Any accident or anything?
No.
Okay. But we'll do a quick healing, and then this is called dowsal healing. What's dowsal healing? It's frequency energy. I'm a channel through which this energy flows. It happens so fast. It's almost like a snap and you start to feel changes. It goes directly. We're focusing on the frequency energy, and it goes directly to heart and soul where the messages come from. Wherever that negative message, we're focusing. There's a lot of people in the room, so it focuses on wherever your one area that you would like to transform. So just think of an area. Nothing finances, mainly a pain. If you don't have any pain, just maybe your heart. And then notices that the changes that occur. The key is that you're the representation of noticing those changes. A lot of times I don't think we have time to do these body pendulum, but by your body pendulum can tell whether or not there was a reaction, there was a change. And so I work on these different mechanisms to show that, take that, did it really happen? To showing you that it did. And one of the things, these connections and everything that occurs, it's almost like this just here, grab the side on the left, yeah, perfect, like that. And then point your finger. See that? See that? See that connection? We're all electrical fields. See, we're magnetic. We're all magnetic. We're all connected. We are all connected. I'm sorry to say, this is actually a representation that we are all connected. We're electrical magnetic field in a way. We're all really connected. If we weren't connected at all, this would not, see, it would not make a sound at all. And so more importantly, I'm trying to show people is that magnetic field here, and then where our magnetic field, everything is a magnetic field. And so we're trying to show that, I'm trying to show people more from a layman's standpoint of, yeah, we are a magnetic field. So we're putting out this energy and frequency. And what we want to do is we want to increase our frequency and be a contributor to the area. And as we increase our frequency, and more importantly, this bottom part says n dimension, nd plus 1. It's a negative dimension here, plus 1. So whatever, sorry, I'm trying to play with it. Fun little toy. You start playing with this toy. My wife worked with little kindergarten. She goes, hey, can I take that to kindergarten with? because it's kind of interesting. It lights up, but it doesn't. It lights up. It's kind of goofy, but anyway, I'm going off subject. But overall, the negative dimension is that any ailment you have, for example, just give me an exact example of your shoulder, it has a frequency. And so alignment in that frequency, and as we raise the frequency in a room, it starts to increase that vibrational frequency, see? And we're working on sound, energy, frequency starts to increase. As our frequency and energy starts to increase at a higher vibrational frequency, what happens is the room starts to change. See? So that's why you may have felt it in the room. And so we're increasing that frequency so that you can increase it at a higher dimension. We're increasing it to transform the lower dimensional frequencies. And so as we transform it, it happens. That's why these practices happen so fast, because it happens almost in the snap of a finger. That's why I work with this, because it almost happens like that. It starts and clears, and then it changes again because of the fact it may be layers upon layers upon layers. And so, real simple. All you have to do is place your right hand over your heart, right over your heart, left below your navel. These are two energy channels, and close your eyes. This is called down soul healing. The reason for closing your eyes is because the energy and frequency, if you keep your eyes open, it comes back to me. It's just fine with me. This is for your benefit. So just kind of focus in one area. We're going to do a quick breathing in, breathing out for a few minutes. We're at 1:36, so we got plenty of time. Just relax and grounding. Grounding. If you're familiar with grounding, just breathing in, breathing out normally. Breathing in, breathing out normally. Place your right hand over your heart, left hand on your navel. Just breathing in, breathing out. Keeping your eyes closed. Again, keeping your eyes closed, keep your focus on one area that you may have pain. Just breathing in, breathing out. Just breathing in, breathing out. We're grounding. Grounding, connecting to the center of the earth. Grounding. Breathing in, breathing out. Increasing the frequency of the room more. Breathing in. I'm going to count to 5. Or breathing in. So you're breathing in light to that area. Exhaling out carbon dioxide and the negative information in the area. So breathing, I'm counting 5. Just visualize, if you can, breathing in light to that area, including your shoulder. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grounding, we're grounding, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing into the area, breathing in light to the area, breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Place your right hand over your heart, left below your navel. Keep your eyes closed. Just breathing in. Breathing in 1. Place your right hand over your heart, left below your navel. Just close your eyes. Just breathing in, breathing in, breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A couple more times. Breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathing in again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last time, breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhaling out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just sit there for a second or two, just notice. Just notice your body changes. Take a deep breath in. Let it out. Take another deep breath in. Let it out. Last time, take a deep breath in. Let it out. Anytime, open your eyes. How do you feel, Jackson? Change? Change?
Feel light.
Feel light.
Mm-hmm.
Change in the. How do you feel? Change in. From you said 6 to.
Yeah.
Well.
Definitely lower.
Okay, definitely lower. Okay, that's the power of this. That's why I work with this, because it occurs so fast. In the comments, how do you feel in the room? Relaxed. Pain is gone. Okay, pain is gone. Lightheaded. One particular comes across as more peace. You notice the quietness and the peace that came through the room. And it's a meditation and it's a healing process, but however, it puts you in a state that typically takes hours to get to. And we do these practices and real simple, but the key is to quiet the mind because it's so busy. Very, very busy.
It was a very smooth way of doing it. Before, I had to be in it for some time to get to the stage, but this came so easily.
Yeah, it's easy. It comes so easily and fast. And so again, my comment is that it's very, very fast and easy and simple. Now we're going to have some fun. Okay, you have some fun with this too. Now that you're kind of fell asleep, now we're going to wake you up, and then we're going to kick it off with you really waking up. So I call this a JoJo Joe exercise. It takes a few seconds. Real simple. You can stand up. Everyone can stand up. You're going on your you're going on your toes, and when you're coming up, you're coming down. You're saying Joe. If you have injury there, don't have to keep your hands there. But it's Joe, 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 Joe. Joe, 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 Joe. It's right below your navel. You're tapping it. Joe, 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 Joe. Joe, 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 Joe. Have a seat. Did I wake you up now? Did you get energized? See? 5 minutes. Okay, perfect. See, the practices, how fast they are? You could do this, Starbucks won't like me because what happens is that you can do this in the morning. You don't need coffee. Don't do it before you go and sleep because it really defeats drinking coffee or you can't sleep. It'll wake you up. But more importantly, you can feel the energy. It's called the lower dantian. It's right below your navel. So you're keeping your eyes closed, focusing in on that area. You're energizing that area. So that's part of it. So the last part, and this is you have to make sure you don't get hurt. We're going to jump up in our space you are and jump up as high as you can and say, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. 3 times. So you're doing, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. 3 times. Okay, ready? So ready? This is the external part of it. Ready? We're having fun today. So ready? So it's like, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Have a seat. Now, do you have more energy now? Yes, more energy. So we took you to kind of a space of a quiet, meditative state. Now we woke you up. I'm trying to show you the practices are so fast and simple. We're switching the gears really fast so that what's occurring is that your body is changing, but we want to make sure is that you're going away awake. How you feel now?
Good.
Better?
Yeah.
More energy?
Definitely.
So, I'm gonna take a selfie of the picture. Any comments of what? Comments?
Really good.
Questions? Questions? Comments? How do you feel now? Alive? You feel more alive? More energy? See, so these practices are so simple. That's why I do that. I'm sorry. I would have to say really simple because they are simple. And these just doing the Joe exercise, or just the I'm excited in the morning. More importantly, in the morning, it will heighten your day. And those just those little 2 factors. No drugs are needed. I'm sorry. No drugs are needed. And then, just as long as you don't have injury, you can have a whole family doing Christmas. Try doing this and seeing everyone's face and how they feel. I have a gift for you. So you can have a seat if you want. So any questions? And do we have a couple of seconds or minutes? Any questions?
When you talk about you need to make the energy flow in the lung, to feel that you're like kind of absorbing that energy, positive energy within you. Is there any like sort of equipment that someone can be used?
We could talk offline on that if you want. Anything else? How else are you feeling? Happier. Feeling happier. 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 Are you coming in right now? Happier. I think I'm at the top of the hour. Oh, I got a minute. Happier. A gift. Happier, happier. Anything else? Gift. Come by booth. I'll energize this more. I'm done. 1 minute. I got 1 minute. I have a special Christmas gift for anyone. If you have my email, I will work with anyone for free to make their Christmas special for the next 2 weeks. It's every other day, probably on Zoom, because we can meet on Zoom. Has to be on Zoom, and we'll maybe meet in person one time before Christmas. Someone who's in pain a lot. I was watching the Make-A-Wish thing, movie. So whatever you have, family, email me. We can connect. It's my gift to them to making their Christmas special, so they don't have to be in pain. Okay, and if you have a family member, great. Could be out of the country. I've worked with people in Greece, time zone different, but yeah. So that's my class. Come by, stop by. Thank you, thank you.
How about the meditation music?
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I would cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited. On Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and...
Hi, and welcome. We are live from Pleasanton, California. And my name is Allison. On behalf of SoulSearch, we'd love to welcome you to joining us today. Really glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us online as well. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you our next speaker, Lee Osborne. And just a little bit about Lee. He began his spiritual journey in 1992 in the gorgeous and powerful vortex of Mount Shasta, California, where he was born and raised and graduated from Phillips School of Massage in Nevada City, California in 1993. In 2008, Lee began studying with the mystic healer and teacher Almine and was initiated by Almine, yes?
Yes.
As Belvaspata.
Belvaspata.
There we go.
Means healing of the heart in the mother language.
Beautiful. Thank you. It's so important to get pronunciations right because they carry an energy signature, and mispronunciations would misrepresent the energy. So it's always good to check. So he was initiated as a grandmaster in 2009, and it is a secret modality that heals with light and frequency. Lee is a gifted reader, healer, speaker, and psychic who uses a combination of divinity, angel, and oracle cards to receive messages from your angels and guides to help you live your best life. Together with Lee today, we will learn how to connect with our angels and guides through the cards to be our authentic selves, live our best life, and step into our mastery. Welcome. Thank you, Lee.
Wow. Okay, let me start it's time to start talking now, timer. That guy sounds pretty impressive. I think I'd like to listen to him talk, wouldn't you? So, yes, I was born in that small lumber town in far northern California called Mount Shasta. Some of you may have heard of it. And I grew up in that area. So was that the beginning of my journey as a psychic and a mystic? Well, in a global sense, yes, because we're all born with psychic gifts. We come into this world with this, but then parents, teachers, siblings, peers, the culture really says, no, there's none of that woo-woo stuff, and it kind of grinds it out of us. And so, and I was born there right smacky dab in the middle of the last century. So that makes me sound like I'm old, doesn't it? Ew. Actually, last Sunday was my birthday, so I've had 75 trips around the sun so far. And so far, so good, so far, so good. I'm almost officially old, almost getting there, Officially old is 5 years older than what you are today. See, don't you understand? So I grew up in that area, went to school there. I fought forest fires out of McLeod, which is 9 miles to the east. And that's how I paid my way through college. And after I got out of college, I was looking around for something to do. So I decided to spend the next
32 years, 2 months and 15 days, if you are keeping score at home, out in the naked city, crushing crime, facing death, keeping the streets safe for women and children, defending the weak, championing the strong, and striking terror into the hearts of evildoers everywhere. Yes, I was a full-time law enforcement officer. So I spent about a year and a half with the Dunsmere Police Department, and then went to Truckee to go to work for the Nevada County Sheriff's Department, where I spent the next 31 years. And so I worked in Truckee for 20 years. I worked in the main office for a little over 10. And I've done everything from bicycle theft, barking dog, to homicide. I became an administrator because I decided that, you know, as much fun as handling bar fights and family fights and rolling around the mud, the blood, the beer, was that it was not a job for a 50-year-old man. So I went inside and got promoted. Somebody took their eye off the ball, so I got promoted twice, and I was the senior captain when I retired. So if you're doing the math, wondering, because you heard the introduction, wait a minute, you know, started doing psychic work in 92, massage therapist in 93. That was halfway through my law enforcement career. Now, how did I get there? Well, my first wife was diagnosed with colon cancer on our first wedding anniversary, and she passed about a year and a half later after treatments and surgeries and all that sort of stuff. So I, for the last weeks and months of her life, became her primary caregiver. You know, and I was still while working for the sheriff's office. And that was the singular hardest thing that I ever did in my life. But what a gift. What a gift. You know, here coming up pretty quick on July 3rd, or not July 3rd, on January 3rd, it'll be 36 years since she passed. And she's with me every day. But that caring for someone who is dying slowly, day by day by day by day, I've come to see I think that was the singular best gift she ever gave me, because I learned several things. One was control is an illusion, folks. 'Cause I'll tell you what, if I showed up, they're my badge, my gun, all that sort of stuff. There wasn't anybody who could master fates or captain souls like I could. I would get your situation under control. Then I get back in my car and I leave, and it'd be chaos again. You know, but when I left, boy, I've shown them. And that kept being reinforced and reinforced and reinforced as I moved farther up the food chain. You know, all I could do was draw the fences and tell people what their choices were and what the consequences of those choices were, and then that was it. Because people are going to do what they're going to do, right? Yeah. Yeah. So conversely, I mean, I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. Do I like to be told what to do? Oh.
Nobody does it.
Not a little bit, not even a little bit of it, okay? So what that did, also, and the thing that it got me to do was to learn to ask for help. Because caring for her was something I couldn't do on my own 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I also had to work, but I also had to sleep. So I had to ask people for help.
Physical or spiritual?
Physical help at this point. Physical help at this point. Somebody had to come in and sit with her while I was at work. you know. And somebody had to come in. The hospice people were wonderful. They'd come in once a week and sit with her for 3 hours on one of my days off, so I could get some respite, you know. But for us manly men doing men's work in a men's world with other men, asking for help is pretty tough. But I learned that, you know, well, this doesn't make me any weaker. In fact, it makes me stronger asking for help. Because there were things that I couldn't do. And I had to be taught how to care for her and taught how to deal with her pain medication and taught how to deal with her colostomy bags and things like that. So I had to learn those sorts of things. Okay, so a couple of years after she passed, I was in Mount Shasta visiting my folks. And here's a poster on the wall. There are no coincidences and there are no accidents in life. Here's a poster on the wall of a bookstore. Transform Your Life Weekend Workshop in Mount Shasta. Well, what I was doing wasn't working. I needed to do something. I didn't know what the heck that was. Okay. So I just like, okay, got the address, got the dates, went back to Truckee and wrote this woman a check and said, I'm going to come. And so she called up and says, well, what do you want to get out of this? And I said, I have no clue. I have no idea. Well, what do you think is going to happen? I don't know. I've never done anything like this before in my life. Never, ever, ever. I had a dear friend of mine who was a probation officer. She and some of the women some of her women friends were beginning their spiritual journey. They were learning to meditate and read auras and all that sort of stuff. Well, that's all woo stuff. And I was that's reality. I'm the voice of reason. I'm grounded in reality. Yeah, I was grounded in something, but I don't know what it was. Okay. So I just stepped off the cliff, not knowing what was going to happen, right? So let me ask you this. How many people here are at one of these things for the first time ever? Welcome. We've been waiting for you guys. Okay. It's been a long journey getting here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You got here. See, it doesn't matter how you get here, you got here. And this is a little weird, right? What's all this stuff all about? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. And so I went, and I had a great experience. It's so good that I went back, and that was in the spring, I went back in the fall. And then that was scarier. Why? Because I knew what was going on, and am I ready for this? And my friend that I was telling you about, she came with me. Okay, so if she starts to get that peek behind the green curtain and sees all this icky stuff, what's that going to do to our friendship? We're still friends to this day, by the way. And so that led me in the following year, when I came out of my second tour in the DEA task force, to take 6 weeks off and travel from Truckee to Nevada City every day for 6 weeks and become a massage therapist. Know any cops? Know any of them that did that? Cops tend to be pretty conservative and pretty, see it, touch it, taste it, and not a lot of this woo stuff. But that was scary too.
So what was the motivation behind that?
Spiritual growth. I was
You
getting
felt that calling. You felt that calling.
Well, I was kind of pushed and shoved into it, kicking and screaming. I had done these 2 workshops, and I started getting routine body work. And some of the massage therapists that I was working with were saying, "You need to go to massage school." Like, put my hands on people. Ew, icky. I do that for only 2 reasons, and one of them is you're going to jail. And the way they say, well, you're going to get a lot of spiritual growth out of it. You're going to get a lot of spiritual growth out of it. And so it's like, okay, well, whatever. So, and I was being pushed psychically and said, well, let's see what this is all about. Wrote them the check, and I told them, I got a lot of leave time, and I'm going to take this time off. And this is what I'm going to do. And so here we are sitting around in a circle. There's 35 of us in the class. And so here's how disconnected we could be, all right? I'm getting routine body work and have been doing that for about a year. And if you've ever had massage therapy, you know that you go in and you take your clothes off and you get draped and you lay on the table and they rub oil all over you.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, it's great. You know, it's really good stuff. So here we are in massage school, and we're on the third day. We've been doing some things with folks on the table, and we're in the circle. And Judy, our instructor, says, "All right, we start working with oil tomorrow. That means we have to disrobe, and we're going to pass the talking stick around and going to talk about how we feel about nudity and our bodies." And I'm looking around in the circle. Did I mention there were 35 people in this class? Want to guess how many guys there were?
1, 5.
And 2 of them were student assistants. So there's 3 of us. I'm going, yeah, I'm going to undress in front of 30 women. I don't think that's going to happen. But I was able to overcome that fear too. Because what I learned is everybody is beautiful. And number 2, everybody's so busy concentrating on what they're going to do that nobody's looking around the room. They really don't care. So if you're feeling fear about this stuff, just take the step. You're not going to die. I promise you. You're really not. I mean, show of hands, who here would like to drive 100 miles an hour to a gunfight? To a bar fight. I'm your huckleberry, because I used to do that. And in which instance, that or spiritual or learning spirituality, am I most likely to die? Certainly not doing spiritual growth and spiritual learning. So yes, while I've been doing spiritual learning and healing and teaching for over 30 years, it overlapped. And so for about the second half of my law enforcement career, and what that made me, it made me a better law enforcement officer. It made me a better leader and a better administrator. Because I learned those things about control as an illusion. I learned that we have to let people do what it is that they're going to do. And I learned that as long as I stand in my integrity, then things are going to roll along and mostly go my way. And those are real lessons for us to learn as we progress down our road to spiritual growth. So this is how, step by step, inch by inch, day by day, I got to where I'm standing up here in front of you. Because if anybody had told me at the time that I started that, actually, if anybody had told me at the time I retired 18 years ago that I'm going to be standing up in front of groups of people here, I'm going to be sitting out here reading cards and telling people all this sort of stuff, like, maybe you better dial the medicine back just a couple of notches here, because you're obviously hallucinating. Yet here I am. And why? Because this is the time. This is the time for all of us to step into our power as the strong, beautiful, powerful people we are. It's a time to bring forth our psychic and spiritual abilities and bring those gifts into the world. There's a few billion people in the world. There are not very many of us who are doing this work. And this is the time. We're right on the cusp of it. There is major change going on in this world today. There's a lot of chaos. you know, and actually things that have to calm down for there to be a lot of chaos. It's a whole lot more hectic than that. Why? Because we're the old is giving way, and it never goes quietly, right? When I was a hippy-dippy college kid, you know, we sang about it being the dawning of the age of Aquarius, but guess what? We're right on the cusp of it now, half a century later. Major change is coming, but the old never gives way peacefully. A lot of stuff has to be broken in order to be rebuilt. So this is why I'm doing what I'm doing, and this is why I'm here talking to you folks today, and all you folks out there in live stream land. So how did I come to be doing card readings? Well, once again, I was kind of drug kicking and screaming into this. And a good friend of mine said, "You need to be in the psychic fair in Nevada City. You've got to be here." And it's like, and I knew the producers, and they ganged up on me. Said, "You don't have a choice. You're going to be here next year." So I showed up, and I had my booth, and I did my Belvaspata healings. But information was coming to me as I was doing these healings, and so what I finally got to was like, all right, this stuff, this was the introduction. And now I need to be doing other things, and I found cards. I had a deck of cards by teacher Almin that did not, as these others do. Most of these decks come with these guidebooks, all right? Well, the cards that I got from my teacher Almin didn't. They were just the cards, and they had the message on them. And so, got to develop your intuition, got to listen, got to see, got to tune into what the other person does. So this is what I do, is I tune into your team of guides and angels. Each of us, when we come into this world, in this incarnation, we come in with a team of guides and a team of guardian angels. Now, our ancestors and those that go before us, that were here on this planet with us, also become part of that team of guides and angels too. And we've all got them, and we can all listen to them. They have stuff that they want to say. So how do I do that? Well, I tune in and use the medium of the cards to get the message. So there were some folks who walked in later who didn't get a card. Anybody who did not get a card? Okay. I am sinning by going off camera. Oh no!
Rose card. Innocence, forgiveness.
I know that I just had my birthday, so I know that I'm going to take it away. Did you raise your hand?
Yes. And it says, only applies to relatives.
No, what did you say?
Sun Rosa.
All right, sir. There you go.
In plain sight, learning, teaching.
That's you.
Maybe also the same. Psychic fortune.
All right. So what do these do? I use angel cards, oracle cards, and tarot cards, and tune in with your team and your guys and your team.
That too as well. What special.
And answer any questions that you might have, because we all have questions. What's my right livelihood? Where am I going to go? I'm retiring. What's my next steps? What's blocking me? I seem to be running into these walls and stuff. I need some guidance. What's up with the kids? And any other questions that you can think of that I can't. And we use these cards and we delve into them. Now, here at the show, I do 3 out of 5 card readings because, there's a lot of energy in the room and I want to accommodate as many people as possible. But these are not a one-off, the spiritual growth is it's a process. It's a process. And to quote that the late Kate Wolf, singer-songwriter out of Santa Rosa, from one of her songs. It's a journey with my life that I'm taking that only leads from the cradle to the grave. So it doesn't matter if you were one of these people who knew you had gifts and been working with them from the time that you were 2 or 3 and 4 years old, not me, or you come into it at whatever period of life. It's that you start, and that we start getting these guidance and start listening to our intuition and start listening to our angels. Now, how do we know? Is anybody here? I'm sure you've seen angel numbers. What are those? 1111, 222, 888. In those repeating series of numbers. If you see like an address, it's 2444. The 444 is an angel number.
Does it have a message?
It's for you.
Does it have a message for you?
And that's your angels giving you a message. Now, how do you know what that message is? Well, you get it the way that I do. We all have one of these. And you Google, if you enter the series of numbers, the first thing that comes up is like 444 angel number. And then you read what they have to say. And because there's different interpretations. Well, that doesn't sound right. Well, that sounds good to me. This is how you know that you're being communicated with. You learn to listen to your intuition, and you've got to really develop this.
Those are only numbers 1 through 9?
The numbers 1 through 9 or in numerology mean other things.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have 1s or 9s.
Yeah.
Or anything in between.
Or anything in between.
But that's where they begin and stop.
And stop, yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those repeating numbers. And so I'm going to exhaust my knowledge of numerology. This year is a 9 year because you add everything up, 2 and 2 is 4 and 5 is 9. So that's a year of great change. Next year is a 1 year. So it starts, the cycle goes from 1 to 9 and we start the cycle all over again. And now you know all about numerology that I know. But it's also another study of numbers. Yes, those repeating numbers are it starts at 1, goes to 9. You can see them in any series. You can ask for clarity. Because see, I don't do subtle very well. So I was getting messages and I said, all right, folks, hey, I need a little clarity. And right in that dream time, in that time, you're not quite asleep, you're not quite awake, send me a very clear message. So I get in my car the next day and I have driven 333 miles. It's 2:22 in the afternoon. I have, 444 miles on my odometer. It's sort of like, okay, I got the message. Okay, I got the message. So how does what I do work? Well, let's have a demonstration.
We have to say something first.
You do? All right.
We picked a card. This looks like it's one card, correct? It's 2 cards.
Well,
You get twice the trouble.
that's okay. That's okay. So
That's what the universe gave you, was 2 cards.
So let's see what we have here. Okay, the first is the Rose of Venus. And it talks about flow and harmony in your right relationship. So it appears to me, to the untrained eye, that you're in your right relationship. And so the thing with this is to go with the flow. Now, when I read these cards, they're individual for the person, but because you're all in here, it'll have meaning for all of us here because we're a collective, and our energy is really amplifying things. Okay, go with the flow. If you look like a river or a stream, it doesn't go in a straight line. Oh, there's a big obstacle of rock here. I'm just going to go right around it. All right. And the second one, the rose garden. Forgiveness, self-kindness. So, Forgive those who, and we'll forgive others who've trespassed against us. This is the thing. Forgiveness. Forgive those that have violated our boundaries, who've hurt us, who've taken advantage of us. That's half of it. I forgive you. That doesn't mean you're going to let them, that they're going to let them past our boundaries. I forgive you. Thank you. Kindly go jump in the nearest volcano. I want to see you again. Oh, no, that's with love in my heart. Absolute love in my heart. Please disappear from my life forever, okay? But the hardest part now we have to is forgiving ourselves. Forgiving ourselves. There are no mistakes. There are only lessons in life to be learned. And you cannot, it's not fair for you to look at yourself how you were 5 months ago, or 5 years ago, or when you were 5 years old, because you're a very different person. We do the best we can with what we have to work with. And especially we look at ourselves when we were children and when we were teenagers. Hey, I don't know about you, but I was an idiot when I was a teenager. We didn't know. So you can't, it's just not fair to look at yourself from this point in life and back on your younger self and go, how could I have done that? Well, you didn't know any better, okay? You learned the lesson.
I mean, what if you reflect on the past to make yourself better?
That's the thing. It's like, because here's the thing about it's not that something didn't work out for you. It's, are you going to repeat that? Are you going to repeat that pattern? See, are you going to keep repeating that pattern, hoping for a better outcome that you're not going to get? Okay, so this one is open. So it says, say yes. You're open, you're not broken. Trust life. Say yes to things. We get so closed down, our hearts get so closed down, we get banged around. We suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune here, that we tend to close in. We tend to really put our armor on because we want to be protected. We don't make any mistakes. We don't have step wrong. Okay. But you can have your boundaries and open your heart up to the beauty of life. And here's the thing, one of the reasons, because I'm a little OCD and I get bored very easily, but one of the reasons I was so successful in my career is I said yes to everything. Hey, you want to go do this? Well, that sounds a little icky, but yeah, I'll give it a try. Hey, I need you to clean up this mess. Well, I told you how you could have avoided the mess, but you did it anyway. Yeah, sure. I'm up for the challenge. I'm up for the challenge. So, yeah, maybe you could find out that you don't like it. But maybe you could find out that it's going to work out really, really, really well for you, too. You don't know until you try. All about trying. The mother ancestral work, healing and individuation, the mother mind. So, we are the products of our ancestors. We are the products of our environment. We agree to do these sort of things. So how do we heal all these ancestral wounds? We heal ourselves. How do we stop the things from passing on from our generation to the next ones? We heal ourselves. We look back and say, that didn't work really well for me, so I'm going to change. I'm going to change, and I'm going to be a way short, because in changing your behaviors and in changing your life, just by changing your thoughts. Let's see, we've already talked about this. There are no mistakes. There's only lessons to be learned. See how that's mistakes, lessons. Just change one little word. See how that changes suddenly our perspective. I want to try new things, but, oh, I can't do that. Oh, why can't you do that? I can't do card readings. Ugh. Well, I don't know how. Oh, suddenly, see that shift? From I can't to, oh, I don't know how. Oh, well, if I don't know how, that means I can learn. So I don't know how to do that yet. Kind of a little subtle shift in our thinking. I don't know how to do that yet. See? So I don't know how to heal myself yet. I don't know how to meditate yet. I'm not good at listening to my intuition yet. It's all practice. You were horrible at riding a bicycle until all of a sudden, boom, it clicked. You couldn't swim until you could. You couldn't drive a car until you could. See? These were all things, and if we look back and go, oh, well, there's stuff that just comes to me as second nature, but that I didn't know how to until I learned how to. So step off the cliff. I mean, don't take open yourself up. Take a chance. You're not going to die. What's the worst that can happen? You're going to discover, well, maybe I don't like that. Okay, that's all right. That's quite all right. A rose without thorns, joy, peace, and the sweetness of life. It goes along with what the other reading is. Look, there's a lot of chaos and there's a lot of turmoil going on in the world, but does it have to touch me? Not necessarily. This group that I'm with, a group of people, we've been together working with each other for about the last 7 or 8 months. So we've got to know each other pretty well. It's all on Zoom. So this one woman asked me the day after my birthday, what phase of your life did you like the best? And you know what the answer was? Honestly, I hadn't thought about it, but it's like, I liked them all. I really did. I mean, there was lumps and bumps and potholes in the road and things like that. But, looking back, I really have enjoyed all phases of my life. And I'm enjoying the phase here now, But even though there's a lot of idiocy going on, I don't do doom scrolling, I avoid, television and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I sit in the middle of my 2.5 acres and I watch the deer and the foxes, and maybe once every couple of years a bear waddles through, We got red-tailed hawks and all this sort of stuff. And I can watch the change of the seasons. And I can get to come down and meet all of you wonderful people and share a little bit of my life with you and share a little bit of my wisdom with you, hoping that maybe in some of you, it'll spark a little something, maybe some curiosity. Okay, well, maybe I'll look into this. Maybe I'll go maybe I'll go into that crystal shop and get a cool rock. When was the last time you found a cool rock? I mean, really,
I haven't found one yet. I pick them all up, and if there's energy there, I'll take it with me.
Yeah, you gotta look at it, I mean, I remember my granddaughter when she was really small. She's very curious about things, bugs, rocks, all this sort of stuff. And so sweetness of life and saying yes and all these things that these cards are telling us, we gotta get back to that childlike innocence sometimes and look at life through those sorts of eyes. We have to watch children and then be playful like they are. Act your age. I don't know how to act my age. I've never been this age. I've never been this age before. What it means is don't do something that I wouldn't dare do.
Be childish.
Be childish.
Acting your age, I think that means more, don't be childish. Grow up, be responsible for who you are today. I think that's where that came from.
You. I did that. You. I mean, I made a darn good living at it, and I made some And I made some, and I did some really good work. I did some really, really, really good work. But, and here's the thing, when I had this, when I was walking in downtown Truckee, I was a patrol lieutenant, my last little stint at trying to pretend that I was playing cops and robbers, and this gorgeous woman comes up, throws her arms around me, and like, you saved my life, you changed my life. I'm like, who the hell are you? I didn't recognize her. Well,
did you think that or say that? Who the hell are you?
I thought it. I didn't say it. I thought it. And she introduced herself. She said, well, you told me you were tired of rifling through my underwear drawer. And I'm like, oh, then I recognized her. And it came from my time when I was working drug task force, and we'd have to go do these searches for probation searches. And she was just a constant mess. And so I'm out at her house again with probation. And she said something to me, and I said, hey, you need to get your shit together, because I'm tired of coming out here every week and rifling through your underwear drawer. I got better things to do. And I said it a little harsher than that. But that was the thing, boom. So see, we never know. So yeah, okay, I solved a murder, and he's still behind the wall, and big time drug dealers, and arrested a couple hundred DUIs, did all that shit that cops are supposed to do, But I made a serious impact and changed this woman's life. Why? Simply because something I said that lit the spark. And so suddenly she changed around. Now everything around her changes. Had another biker guy did the same thing in jail. He comes up, you saved my life. I didn't do anything. And he said to me, you're the first person who's ever spoken to me like I was a real human being. I mean, he should have been in prison. I was going to invite him home to have dinner or anything like that. And I was just professionally friendly with this guy. But somehow that showed him a little different way, which changed him, which changed his whole family dynamic. And so this is what I'm doing is I give you a blueprint. You can choose to take it or not, because both of these people could have chosen to live their same lifestyle and had it spiraled into its inevitable end, but there was something. Is this hooray for me? It's not hooray for me, it's hooray for them, because they took the steps. See, we never know. We don't ever know. So do those little kindnesses. Know that this too shall pass. It's probably going to pass like a kidney stone. But we are going to get out of this, and there's going to be a better world for my granddaughter and a better world for my great-grandchildren who haven't come along yet, but probably going to be soon. She got married at the end of September to this guy that she's been dating. She's 22. They started dating when she was 14. He was 16. Then 8 years. And I tell you, that was the other thing. I mean, caring for my first wife changed my life. And seeing my granddaughter when she was a day old. She was a day old. She's my granddaughter. I mean, holy cow.
Oh, I thought you said
Holy
I
cow.
saved my granddaughter.
No. When I saw her for the first time. See, and I don't have any. See, I don't have any children. My current wife has twins, so I have twin stepsons, and so this is one of my stepsons. But it was like, whoa, okay, wow. So this is what I do, and these are the things that I can offer for you. And these readings they're a conversation between you and I and spirit. And they can, and they're not just, they can be a one-off, but they're not just a one-off. I do longer readings. I do half-hour, an hour readings over Zoom. And I have packages where you can work with me for 6 months or 12 months or what have you. And what I'm offering is I have a 2 1-hour reading, which includes recordings and a 30-minute gift certificate that I normally, that's about a $600 value that I normally peddle out for $400. But for today, it's $47. If you want to take advantage of that. And you guys there, just let me know you were listening to the live stream and you got the same deal. And I have the 6-month and 12-month packages are deeply, deeply discounted for today because, hey, it's the holidays and it's the end of the year and this is the last show I'm going to be doing in 2025. So anyway, are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
How should I interpret the term here? It's plant yourself here. So here can mean a lot of places. So.
Well, yeah, if plant yourself in the spot where you can grow. And if this is, do you live here locally?
Well, I live 6 months in Europe, 6 months here. And I can also be interpreted here, like in this place. So
Okay.
that's why I was kind of confused.
So it's embodiment, it's integration. Okay, so the thing to do is like, when you're here, be here. Don't be in Europe. You're here and you're part of this community for the 6 months that you're here. You're not just a visitor, you're not just a whatever. Boom, put your roots down. But see, you're like the Ents. Any Lord of the Rings fans?
I am.
Yeah. So when it's time to go back, I'm going to take a wild guess, based on my 32 years, that your accent is a clue nationally recognized by the FBI. FBI is clue number 432 that you are not native to the United States of America. So, but that's okay, But you're here and a member of this community while you're here. Then when it's time to go back home to Europe, then you go back home and boom, you're a member of that community. Don't see yourself as like, well, I don't really belong here and I don't really belong there. And if you're a person who likes to travel around and all that sort of stuff, but be there for the time that you're there. Is what that means.
Thank you.
Sir.
Does that happen to me too? What does that mean? Nobody else got that. The universe brought those cards to us.
Okay, the sun. Joy, fun, life force, success, play. Remember, we're talking about play. Okay. And then sub rosa, there's stuff that's hidden in plain sight. We just need to start looking. Remember, we're talking about seeing things like through the eyes of a child, bringing a beginner's mind. And I learned that in massage school. She said, no matter what it is, come to this with a beginner's mind, even if you have experience before. Okay? You can keep learning. We should learn.
You learn something new every day.
The more I know, the more I find that I don't know. I've been a guitar player since 5th grade, and I still don't know 3/4 of what that instrument can do. And teaching, you have a lot of wisdom. You have a lot of wisdom and a lot of life experience. All of you, each of you has a lot of wisdom. Yes, ma'am. I will. I have 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes. So yes. You guys can wait back a couple of minutes. I do apologize.
This must be his gift to us today. You guys not only the cards, but that energy that comes through the cards. Anybody else that didn't get it? Don't lose it. Keep it with you. Sure. I know. Try something new. Okay, so, no, who am I? Give one of my cards.
So what is happening here is the feminine is rising up to be in balance with the sacred masculine. And so for you, what that means is there are times when your masculine has to be up to protect yourself and your family and all, okay? And it's not the toxic masculinity, not the men doing manly things in the manly man's world. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a time when your masculinity has to be up. And for us guys, there are times when our femininity has to be up. We have to be the nurturers and the caregivers and that sort of stuff. Okay, so that's my time.
Okay, I have a question.
I have an answer.
Okay, if I come to you and I ask you to read my cards, what will you do? Just shuffle out cards and put cards in front of me and tell me what each one means? Do I pick the cards?
You pick the cards. I shuffle the cards and I spread. You see, I have 4 decks. You see which deck you're drawn to. Now, there isn't a wrong way to do this. You cannot make a mistake in doing these cards. The deck that you are drawn to is the deck that will speak to you the best. And then whether I pick the cards or you pick the cards, it doesn't matter. The message is going to come through for you. What I do is I spread the cards out and I have you pick the cards, and then we see what they have to say. Okay, I'm getting the hook. It's like the Gong Show here, folks. So my booth is upstairs, and thank you all very, very much for coming to my talk. And these cards that I gave you, those are my gift to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay? All righty, and thank you folks for tuning in to the live stream, and they're going to kick us off here pretty quick. Time for the next speaker, so stay tuned.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul. Blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters, Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. And I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next speaker on our second day at Pleasanton at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. Hello, everyone who is here with us live. Hello, everyone who is live streaming with us. My name is Barbara. I am one of your very dedicated and grateful team members. I work with our founder, Tangela, to put on these expos for you and to host some of the most amazing speakers around. So you are in the right place today. And speaking of amazing speakers, I'm so happy and honored to introduce David Kamnitzer. David is a light worker, teacher, healer, holistic doctor, ontological coach, and spiritual guide for over 49 years, as well as a doctor of chiropractic for 37 years. David's superpower is to assist people in rapidly uncovering and handling the physical and metaphysical issues that are limiting their quality of life and effectiveness in life in a seamless and integrated way. His passion is to work with patients and students who are ready to make that quantum leap to their next level of well-being and service. Like I know everybody who is here today, both in person and live streaming, is ready to do. So today with David, we will explore the hidden patterns that keep us stuck and how to shift out of those patterns in less than 3 minutes. The magic begins now. Let's welcome David.
Thank you. I was hearing about myself and I thought I'd like to meet that guy. So for those of you who are watching online, I have to apologize. I'm not the kind of person that's just going to stay right here and stand still. So sometimes you might hear a voice, but not see me. You'll just have to come next time. All right. So, you know, the most challenging gatherings for me are these kinds of gatherings for a couple of reasons. One is that we only have 50 minutes. And the other is when you're dealing with the public, you have people coming in from all points of view, all levels of consciousness. And so if you're a teacher or a guide, it's challenging in those situations to know what level to speak to. And so I'll attempt to sprinkle at different levels. And there's obviously enough material where we could be here all day, so I'll try to prioritize things. And then at the end, I'll have a special offer. Come on in. I'll have a special offer for you. And then what I'll do, because we won't be having a lot of Q&A during the 50 minutes we have together, and I want to be able to serve you, is I will stay later after outside the room, and I'll answer whatever questions you have. So those of you that have been on the path for a while, you know that some days just flow great and everything's going great. And as you know, the path is easy when it's easy. But a lot of times what separates people who can maintain their momentum on the path, as opposed to people who kind of vacillate back and forth, is what about when it's not so easy? What if you're having a bad hair day? You know, it's how do you be with that feeling of being out of the flow?
How do you feel? How do you deal when you feel a little bit stuck? All right. And this is going to happen. It's structurally, the path is structurally designed that you will have those moments, you will have those days. And the reason for that is because the more you're on the path, the more you become aware of things, the more your vistas expand, your goals start to increase in scope a little bit. And as that happens, it sets in motion a process where one of two things is happening at any moment in linear time. You're having some moments where you're flowing along that new space that you're creating for yourself. But then there are times, because of the new space you've created for yourself, in order for you to realize and manifest that new possibility, sometimes you're going to come up against blockages. And some of the blockages, you'll be consciously aware of what they are. And sometimes it's not so easy to become aware of what they are. You might just have a feeling of not being quite right, but you don't know the deeper architecture behind that. You don't know what that's all about. So the way I've organized the presentation is I'm going to offer you a whole bunch of different ways to approach those moments when you are not in the flow. Because I've worked with thousands of people over many, many decades, and I can tell you that what we're talking about today, if you're really committed for the long haul in terms of growth and awakening and realization, I think you'll find that this separates kind of the men from the boys. Because if you don't have a way to be with when it's not going so great, you'll tend to subconsciously want to not be on the spiritual path because it's causing you more and more discomfort than when you even started. And believe me, I've seen this many, many times. I've had to do a lot of spiritual triage work with people over the years who've come to me after they've been to a lot of other people before. Maybe they've just tried to work it out on their own. So this is a big deal. And I know what I'm talking about because I'm speaking from many, many decades of being in the trenches with people. Okay, so some of the approaches I'm going to talk about are designed to address directly the phenomena of being stuck. And some of the other things I'm going to suggest are things to help you center and raise your vibration to the point where you're almost like switching into a new timeline where that blockage isn't there. And sometimes that's temporary, and sometimes it's not. So the approaches that are designed to just center you and raise your vibration, sometimes they will permanently work for you, and sometimes they won't, because maybe there's something that you need to learn consciously. And if there's something you need to learn consciously, it'll come around again, but at least it may for a while create a new space for you to be in. It gives you a little more productive access. So here we go. So feel free to take a deep breath, relax. I'm not offended if sometimes you want to go inward and close your eyes or something. I get it. I know I'll be here with you. So the first and most radical and dramatic and quick approach to getting unstuck, and I want you to stay with me here because it's pretty radical, is to realize that in reality, with a capital R, stuckness does not exist. It's a concept. It's a construct. It's a judgment. It's an expectation. It's something that you're unconsciously making up in your own mind. So for example, if you look around the room, you'll see chairs, you'll see lights, you'll see bodies, but you won't see stuckness. You won't find it. Or if you're actually in touch with the flow of energy, if you're actually in touch with the feeling, there's no stuckness, there's just the feeling. There's just the thought, there's just the mood, there's just the image, there's just the body sensation, there's just the memory, there's just the fantasy, there's just the intuition. That's the most radical way to completely be in a zone where there is no stuckness. Structurally, there cannot be stuckness. Once you realize that if you completely let go of thinking, like here's an experiment. Close your eyes for a minute and just for 5 seconds, give yourself permission to let go of all thinking and all thoughts starting right now. Okay, stop. In those 5 seconds, there was no stuckness. This is a very profound insight. And it brings the locus of power regarding your relationship with stuckness back to you. You don't have to change other people. You don't have to change your environment. You don't have to manipulate your thought patterns. It's very powerful to realize that if you just stop making things up and you are just being present with what is, in the domain of what is, in the set called what is, there is no stuckness. Stuckness is an idea, a construct, a belief that we add on to reality with a capital R. We add it on to what is. Okay? So take a deep breath and just let that go. That's the most radical approach to being unstuck. And sometimes you can do that, and that works. But sometimes you're so entangled in what you've already made up that you can't access that space where you can do that 5-second experiment. But if you can do that 5-second experiment, I want to challenge you, because if you do that 5-second experiment, say 10 times a day for a month, I promise you, it will begin to permanently transform your sense of who you are and what life really is beyond the stuff you make up. And any valid spiritual path is pointing you toward that realization. Who are you before constructs? Who are you before you started making things up or you started buying what authority figures told you, right? So that's the most quickest, most radical way to transform your relationship to stuckness, is to realize that stuckness doesn't exist in reality. Okay, there's no stuckness for a flower. There's no stuckness for a rock. Okay? Okay, so that's approach number 1. Okay, so take a deep breath and let go of that one. All right, come on in. So now, number 2 addresses kind of on another level the human experience of stuckness. Okay? So many times people have lost touch with what they really want. And they think they want, stay with me here. They think they want to get rid of what they don't want. They think, I don't want to be broke. I don't want to be shy. I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be lonely. I don't want to be bored. I don't want to be stuck. And there's nothing wrong with being aware of what it is you don't want, what it is you want to avoid, what it is you want to move away from, what you want to minimize. Obviously, it has physical survival value. If a lion is chasing you, you know you don't want to be eaten by the lion. However, there is a huge trap in that. And the trap is that what you really want can never be fully expressed if all you're doing is trying to get rid of what you don't want. I'm going to say that again, so keep breathing. What you really want, the thing that will truly satisfy your heart's desire, what you really want, the way creation actually happens, isn't by trying to get away from something else. Your creator didn't create you by saying, oh no, I want to make sure I don't create another him. No, that's not how creation happens. And so if spirituality is becoming more like our creator, so that we can more consciously, fluidly, consciously participate in creation, it would behoove us to realize that creation isn't not that. Creation is never not that. Okay? You know, the idea of a tree didn't just pop up because God wanted to make sure there were no more rocks. No, there was an idea of a tree, right? Just like there's an idea of you. But the fullness of you can never be realized by saying, let's make sure you're not like her. So let's say you don't want to be broke. Let's say that's how you represent your experience to yourself. I don't want to be broke. All right? And you're getting these overdrawn notices from the bank. And that's motivating you because you don't want overdrawn notices from the bank. So somehow you figure out a way to scramble enough money so that now you're not getting overdrawn notices from the bank. Now you're not broke. But if all you're into being is not broke, you're going to be always just over broke. So a person that's being committed to not being broke is going to produce different experiences and different results than someone who realizes, hey, I'm glad I don't want to be broke. What is it I believe broke keeps me from being or doing or having or experiencing that I really do want? Oh, I want to learn the laws of prosperity. I want greater freedom. I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to eat the food I want to eat. Blah, 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 blah. That person's going to have a totally different life, both internally and results-wise, than the person who keeps telling themselves, I just don't want to be broke anymore. It's great to realize you don't want to be broke anymore, but don't get stuck there. It's just like the person who thinks they're healthy, but then when you ask them, well, how do you know you're healthy? They don't say, well, I feel radiantly alive. No, they tell you, I know I'm healthy because I'm not in terrible pain. And I can still work and watch TV. What are the odds that a person who construes health to be the absence of pain and the ability to watch TV, what are the odds that over time that person is going to realize radiant health? Almost zero. Why? For the same reason as the person who's not getting overdrawn notices from the bank isn't thinking about finances. So, one of the things that can really help you is to develop the ability to recognize when it is you're stuck in a negative goal orientation to something, and then use your negative orientation to clarify what it is you do want, and then focus on that. And that many times will get you unstuck because it gets you back in touch with a deeper part of you, which is what you really wanted in the first place. Was that too much for you guys? Is this too early in the day? No? Okay, have you had enough coffee? Okay. So let's review. Keep breathing, it helps. I don't want anybody dying on my watch. It's bad for business. Now, the first one was just this radical, fast track approach that works sometimes if you're in pretty good shape, where you just take the point of view that it's made up. There is no stuckness in reality. There's only dogs, cats, trees, emotions, thoughts, memories, fantasies, results. There really is no stuckness. Stuckness is just an idea. It's something you make up. There's no stuckness for my dog. Okay? There's no stuckness for trees. There's no stuckness for rocks. Okay? There's nothing wrong with making stuff up. What makes us human is we can make stuff up. We can imagine things. It's great. We can, if we're an architect, we can imagine the house we want to build, and we can make a working drawing so that we don't have to build it to find out what's wrong. We can do those things. But you know where it gets to be unworkable is if you try to live in the working drawing and you forget that's not the house. Nothing wrong with building sandcastles. Children love to do it. They use their imagination. They try out different things. They're great. But have you ever tried to live in a sandcastle? Doesn't work. You go to a restaurant, they give you a menu. It's great. But have you ever tried to eat the menu? And you know what most people do? They try to eat the menu, and when it doesn't taste good, instead of realizing, oh my God, I'm eating menus, you know what they do? They look for a better menu. I mean it. I'm not kidding you. If one belief system doesn't work, they substitute it for another. It's like rearranging the furniture on the Titanic. That's not what spirituality is all about. It's not about finding the right belief system. It's about realizing that all belief systems are training wheels, and sometimes they're useful and sometimes they're not. When you're first learning to ride the bike, they help. But if you forget it's optional and you want to try to do wheelies, you're going to have problems if you keep the training wheel on because you don't know it's an optional part of the bike. Okay? Keep breathing. I don't want to kill you. It's not good for any of us. So these are two very, very powerful approaches. to either getting unstuck or minimizing the amount of time you feel like you're stuck. All right? Okay, so I know that was a little challenging, that part. So let me give you a fun part. Who wants a fun part? You want a fun part? Okay. Here's the fun part. Remember I said some of the other approaches to getting unstuck are simply to be able to center yourself and go to a frequency where there's not all this. Okay. So what I'm going to teach you now is one of those things. And that's fun. And I'm proud of this. I put it together and I tested it out, and it works really well. It's called the 1 minute miracle. And you need to give me a little poetic license here because it actually takes about 2 minutes. But I like the sound of the 1 minute miracle. So the 1 minute miracle has 3 parts. And you've already done the first part because I snuck it in at the beginning. The first part is giving yourself the command and the permission to let go of all thinking and thought for 5 seconds. That is so powerful. In fact, let's do it again. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, and give yourself the command right now. Sub-vocalize it to yourself. Right here and right now. I give myself permission for the next 5 seconds to let go of all thinking and thought starting right now. Stop. Take a deep breath. Now, the first thing I want to point out to you, and this is a very important thing to discover, is that you're still here. That is an extremely valuable thing to know in your bones. That your beingness, your isness, is not a function of thought. Why is that so important if you're on a spiritual path? Because all thought is finite, all thought is structural, all thoughts have beginnings and middles and ends. So if you are that you are your thoughts, then you are that you are finite. You are that you are limited. You are that you are structural. You are that you could disappear. All those things are false. Everything I just said that you could believe is false. And for you to know that that's false is incredibly valuable. Not to know it like a concept, but to know it like you know you're sitting in the chair right now. To know it like that completely transforms your relationship to structure in general, to thought. That's what Jesus meant when he said, I am in the world, but not of the world. So he's saying, I know who I am beyond any limited structure, internal structure like thought, or external structure like what I do for a living, or my car, or my bank account. But I'm in the world. I'm in the world. I'm a human being. I have a body. I move around. I have thoughts. I have preferences. I have a wife. I have responsibilities. I'm in the world, but I'm not using any of those things as the source of who I am. I am in the world, but I am not of the world. What's he talking about? This is what he's talking about. To know yourself beyond any thing that can be measured. Beyond measure. Love beyond measure. I am beyond measure. I am an infinite being having a human experience in a female body or in a male body on the surface of planet Earth in this time-space coordinate. That's who I am. Well, you can't know that if you are that you are your thoughts. Right? Do you have your thoughts or do your thoughts have you? Okay? Do you have your beliefs or do your beliefs have you? Do you have your profession or does your profession have you? Do you have your marriage or does your marriage have you? Do you have your money or does your money have you? Do you have your past or does your past have you? Do you have your future or does your future have you? Okay? So the first part of the 1 minute miracle is this 5-second exercise to kind of clear the deck a little bit. Then what we want to do is raise your frequency. So what aspect of love have we found produces the most predictable, what octave of love do you think produces the most predictable, measurable increase in frequency? What aspect of, what octave of love, what expression of love, what word do you think?
I think it's compassion.
Yes, it's been proven that that is, for most people, the quickest, most reliable way to raise your frequency, is to focus on something that will trigger an intense experience of the feeling of gratitude and of being grateful. Okay? So the second part of the 1 minute miracle is the following, and I want you to do what I'm telling you to do. Put your right hand on the center of your chest. Take your left hand and put it like this over your right hand, okay? All right, now, so this is the second part. So what you're going to do now is you're going to imagine or recall a moment where you did feel or would be feeling or could be feeling the most grateful you've ever felt or could imagine feeling. So close your eyes and do that now. Get in touch with that moment. You'll probably have an image that goes along with that feeling. And let yourself merge with that feeling of gratitude so that you're actually being grateful and not just thinking about gratitude. And then when you're feeling grateful and being grateful, what I want you to do is take 3 slow, deep breaths behind your hands into your heart. And do that now. Now let go of the image, but stay with the feeling of gratitude and take a couple of more breaths. Good. Now you can keep your hands there or you can let them rest. Now we're going to go into part 3. I'm going to say a sentence and then you say it. You can either say it out loud or you can say it to yourself. And then we'll have about 10, 15 seconds of silence and just let that thought ripple through your being. I am one. I surrender. Keep breathing. I receive. I radiate. I ascend. Take a deep breath. Let that go. Gently allow your eyelids to open and you'll be right back here in the room. And just notice the change in the quality of your experience. See if there's more static off the line. See if the room seems a little more intimate, a little quieter. So that's approach number 3, where you're literally choosing to center yourself and raise your vibration and attune more fully to the actual flow of existence. You can feel the difference in the room. It's like the committee is quiet. And in that space, it almost seems absurd to think about stuckness, doesn't it? So we've obviously just scratched the surface of an enormous topic. You know, this is what people have been wrestling with for a long time, right? Is we're human beings and we're having a human experience. And how do we honor the rapids of human life while still honoring the truth of our being? And how do those two things relate to each other, right? Because there must be some point to being human. There must be some point, there must be something that Prime Creator is exploring through human beings that's unique to human beings as opposed to rocks and plants and dogs and angels and planets. There's some unique thing going on here within this human experiment, right? And there have been spiritual teachers throughout the ages that have tried different ways to communicate to their students so that they'll get it, how to be in the world but not of the world. But what's so challenging about today is that we have challenges that weren't there 2,000 years ago. There were no GMOs 2,000 years ago. There were no spike proteins being injected. There was no IRS. There was no TikTok. right? There was no Federal Reserve, right? So for spirituality and spiritual teachings to be relevant, they have to deal with the existential realities of a human being, their psychology, their physiology, their environment, their social situations. But yet, it has to be powerful enough of a teaching that it's true to what's true. And then somehow having that all come together for the student, right? So that the student is living authentically, right? That's really the hero's journey. That's really the spiritual path. And my experience in my own life and of working with thousands of people for many decades is assuming the person is sincere, which is a big assumption, but assuming the soul is ripe, assuming they're sincere in their desire to move in this direction. What I'm sharing with you today is very often the difference that makes the difference. Because it's easy when it's easy. But what about when it's tough? It's how you be when it's not easy that allows you, number one, to keep the momentum going. And maybe even more importantly than that, it's what allows you to get to the point where you start trusting yourself. Where you start seeing yourself as a mature, trustworthy, spiritual person. And that changes the ballgame very much. And then eventually what happens is you start being a trustworthy person, not a perfect person, but a trustworthy person. And then what starts happening is other people start trusting you. And that allows for a lot more possibilities for depth in relationships, right? And so, there's all sorts of pop psychologies about how to raise your self-esteem and get trophy participation trophies, but that's bullshit. The way you raise your self-esteem is you raise your reputation with yourself, right? You become trustworthy. Doesn't mean you're perfect. If you say you're going to be there at 6 o'clock, you can't guarantee you're going to be there at 6 o'clock. But if you know you're going to be late, you don't just go, oh, I guess I'm just going to be late. No, you try to reach the other person, right? And you let them know, hey, there's more traffic than I thought. I'm going to be there at 6:15. Does that still work for you? That's being a trustworthy person. That's living as your word. But if you don't believe your own word because you're the kind of person that just trips out on whatever thought you're tripping out on, or any feeling or any impulse, and there's no anchor, there's no home base, you can do affirmations till the cows come home and your self-esteem will not go up. Do you understand? Good. All right. So I'm going to wind it down because this was a lot. And so I want to give you guys a special gift, a special offer. So if you guys could pass these around. This is a way to stay in touch with me and also to request a complimentary 20-minute one-on-one with me that we can do virtually. And so just to reiterate what she said at the beginning, what Barbara said at the beginning, you probably have a pretty good sense of me already and what I'm all about, but just basically what I'm all about is I'm all about taking what the spiritual teachers have said throughout the ages and then integrating it with the realities of human life as it is today. Human psychology, human physiology, human monetary systems as they exist today, food production systems as they exist today, right? Social media as it exists today, being in the world. How do you live authentically in the world today. In other words, if we take Jesus's words, how do we be in the world but not of the world? In other words, how do we be in the world authentically without defining ourselves by something that is finite? You know, what is the mystery of being a human being, right? It's this marriage of heaven and earth, right? It's this marriage of somehow bringing these eternal, infinite virtues and qualities, somehow translating them into the structures of today, so that the structures don't become a prison, but the structures become a focal point for that energy, for that quality, right? And so that's what I've committed myself in my life to, learning how to be and how to do that, and then combining that with my teaching abilities and my healing abilities to help people that are sincerely ready for that kind of work. So it's not typical metaphysics, it's not typical spirituality, it's not typical psychology, it's not none of that, right? It's taking a radical spiritual view, but then not just leaving the student with that radical view. If you want that, just read the Course in Miracles, right? But how many people can take what the Course in Miracles says and live it, right? How do they deal with their anger? How do they deal with their bodies falling apart? How do they deal with that, right? So that's what I'm all about, and for people that resonate with the possibility I'm talking about, people who resonate with what I'm being, those are the people I'm here for. I don't do a lot of this kind of stuff, but this was very local to my home, and the opportunity for speaking came out. I mostly spend my time doing in-depth work with people that are ready to really go to the deep end of the pool, and I also am doing a lot of writing. So I feel good about what we did today. I feel like you have something you can take with you. If you need more details, you know how to get in touch with me. And then I'll make sure that I take time to be somewhere besides this room with you to answer any questions you have, or anybody who'd like my card. So thank you very much. And thank you guys. I'm sorry I wasn't standing right here, but it's just not my nature. But maybe you can turn this into an audio or something. So take care.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. And I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I would cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. And I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts. Healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for light mirror reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanuman.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, live streamers, and welcome everybody here joining us live in Pleasanton. So happy and grateful to have you here. I want to get right to what we're doing today. We are having a very special, magnificent, Reiki-infused sound bath with intuitive nutrition right in there with us. It's going to be an amazing hour. You will see Shamika in just a second as I'm going to place camera actually by the bowls so you can see her work her magic during our time. Shamika Goldsmith began teaching yoga in 2016, facilitating sound bath meditations in 2019. She soon discovered that attending sound baths and listening to recordings of crystal singing bowls gave her moments of relief from decades of anxiety. And she has dedicated her life and career to helping others feel the same and to allow us today, this very special hour, to be in that state with her. Erin Sullivan, who I have right here, and I'm showing Erin to you now because she's going to be busy doing her Reiki amongst the crowd here today with us. So I wanted you to see her beautiful smiling face. Erin Sullivan is a Reiki master and the owner of Mosaic Mandala. And if you've ever been to our shows and been to Erin's booth, it is a magical experience. Erin infuses Reiki energy into her beautiful collection of crystals and makes them available to all of us lucky beings who happen to come by her booth. She is going to work with the angel energy and the Reiki energy in the crystals with all of you live today, and you all joining us by live stream will be able to soak in that magic as well. We have Jing Lu here with us today. She is right here, and you'll be seeing her face later on because she is going to talk to us today at the very end when we are all in our bliss state about intuitive nutrition. She has been a compassionate, inspiring, registered dietitian since 2000, blending nutrition, mindfulness, and spiritual support as a non-denominational minister and energy healer. So you can just tell that we are infused with magic here today on so many levels. So without further ado, I'm actually going to move the camera so you can see the singing bowls in action. Erin is going to be doing amazing Reiki, and we're going to hear from Jing about intuitive nutrition at the very end. So without further ado, beautiful, amazing. Thank you all. Enjoy.
Okay. Welcome everyone. To start the session, we're going to take a few deep breaths together to collectively set the energy here. So,
sorry, I'm switching places. Really quick, just quick show of hands of anyone that is not familiar with Reiki. Wow, okay, this is awesome. Every single person in this room, for everyone that's online, has some familiarity with Reiki. And I just, that is so touching because it just means that this energy, this healing energy is really getting out to a lot of people. So that was actually really all I wanted to cover for anyone that was new to Reiki, just to understand what we were doing here. If you know what Reiki is and you're here, I assume you're comfortable with it. So just get into your receptive state and enjoy. And with that, I will hand it off to Jing so she can lead us into our meditation.
Right.
Enjoy.
It's a quick taking a 5 deep breath meditation. So you could do it even if you have no experience in meditation. So go ahead and just take a deep breath and notice your shoulders are dropping, your weight on your seat, and the bottom of your feet on the floor. Just allow yourself to melt into your seat. Okay. Take another deep breath. This one, we thank all the support we have for this time and space to be here together for this experience. Take another deep breath to thank everyone for being here today. This is synergy supporting each other. Right, now take another deep breath and imagine the sunshine from outside is coming in and filling you up from top to bottom, inside out, in all directions. Every cell of you are filling up with this golden sunshine. And lastly, take another deep breath. And in your mind, say hello to yourself as the spirit and light being in this body. Call your name in present time and fully soak it up from every sense of you being here. Celebrate. All right, and when you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Namaste.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you. So now, Shantia will start her sound bath. I will walk around and give Reiki, and Jean will be holding space for us. And we have some other Reiki practitioners in the room that if you'd like to give, feel free, but otherwise also really appreciate if you just receive too. I'm looking at one in particular, but there might be some others in here. Awesome. Enjoy, everyone.
All right. So go ahead and just take a moment, eyes open or closed, and let your body become still. Imagine a warm golden light shining above your head and pouring over your body in all areas. And as this light is on you, it also surrounds you. So each time you take an inhale breath, you're breathing this in. And each time you exhale, you're pushing it out in all directions. And as you feel this warmth, allow the sensations of gratitude to fill your bodies, taking over your thoughts. And as you're filled with this gratitude, take a moment to thank yourself for being here today. And if you'd like to set an intention for this time, allow it to surface. This is for you, knowing that you can come back to this at any time. Together, we'll take a deep inhale breath in. Open your mouth to exhale. And allow yourself to receive. Start to become aware of your bodies by starting with your breath. Begin to take deep breaths as you feel the cool air coming in as you inhale, the warm air as you exhale. And start to notice your hands and your feet, your bodies against the chair, your clothes against your skin. Maybe you feel your heart beating. As you awaken, return to your intention that you set at the beginning of the practice. Allow the words to float past your eyes and swim through your head. And return to that golden light that surrounds you and flows through you. Allowing that to be your protection, keeping out anything that you don't want close, while allowing all of your love to flow through. As you feel ready, bring one hand onto the center of your chest and the other one on top. Feeling your heartbeat, feeling your chest move as you breathe. Together, let's take a deep inhale through the nose. Open your mouth to exhale. Bring your palms together and gently rub them to create some warmth. And then place those palms over your eyes. Eyes are still closed. And feel the warmth of your hands over your eyes, on your face. And with your eyes still covered, open and close them a couple of times. And then when you're ready, you can let your hands float back down to your laps. Eyes open, fully awake. Thank you very much, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you. I can move the camera for you. After that healing, now that you're in your body, we're going to practice some intuitive hydration techniques so then you can fully manifest this into your physical body. Okay? So, can we see a show of hands on who doesn't have a water with you? Okay. So Aaron's going to bring you water. And then after you get the water, okay. Almost there. Yeah, we're just going to take like 3 sips of water, but I'm going to guide you through it. Each sip, we're going to use a different technique, and you're going to have 3 very different experiences. It's amazing. It works every time. So I can't wait for you to experience this with me. Okay, so anyone else doesn't have water with you? Okay, great. And here we use water as simple demonstration, but you can apply these techniques to anything you drink and anything you eat, including alcohol. Eat chocolate. Okay, so all right. So in the meantime, I think if you like, you can start collecting the crystal. If other people. But either way, so. Oh, okay. All right. So everyone have your water open, ready? Okay, good. So when you're ready, just take a sip of water like you normally do. Okay. Yeah, this is how you drink water, right? Everyone, this is how you do it. Okay. So notice what you have experienced. Okay. So now the second sip of water, I'm going to guide you through it. So first, take a deep breath. And then look at your water. Just say hello to it. And take a sip and hold it in your mouth while you notice how your tongue, your teeth, and your gum feel while the water is in your mouth. And as you swallow it, notice how it's passing through your esophagus and entering your body. Did it go down smoothly? Did it get stuck somewhere? Okay. Now, this is a entry level, a very basic way of what we call mindful drinking or mindful eating techniques. You can find this in most, even websites or YouTube videos. This is a very common entry level practice. So now we're going to try another level. So now you take another deep breath. And then you look at your water. And now you're going to set an intention. And it's your intention. So any intention you like, do you want this water to help you feel more hydrated, to heal some pain in your body, to get rid of some unhappy thoughts, emotion, or help with your, your trip home, whatever. Be creative, don't be bashful, So have fun with your intention. And then when you are ready, you take a sip. And while the water is in your mouth, notice how your oral cavity is receiving your intention in the form of this water. Okay. Is it excited or is it just like, meh, or whatever? And then as you swallow it, notice how is it passing through your esophagus. Is it being welcome? Is it stuck somewhere? Is it passing through smoothly? Or how smoothly? Or how not smoothly? And then as it enters your stomach, is there any other communication coming through from your other parts of your body or other parts of your awareness space? All right. So that's 3 sips of water. How was that? Well, maybe 1 or 2 people like to share how is this different from, anything you like to share, really. Yes.
So when I
set the intention, and then I keep my sip. It felt like all of a sudden the water had doubled in volume. It's like it was expanding.
Yes, thank you, because you're in connection with it. Yes, thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Maybe one person? Oh, okay.
There's more presence. It's kind of like you slow down your breathing and you're more intentional. So drinking the water normally, just taking the sip, you take it for granted. It's just a thing I'm doing. You don't even think about it. And then when you actually set intention, sip it, you feel like more connected, more grounded with it, and then you feel it as it flows through you to nourish all your cells and everything else, as well as whatever you intentionalize. So it's a much different experience. It's kind of like when you eat or drink and watch TV versus focus on the meal.
Yes, thank you. So, thank you for sharing. Exactly. It's just, how do I say it? I have applied this in my nutrition counseling sessions, and it just created miracles. The knowledge is one level, but when you add this level to it, that's when miracles happen. So a little tip, when you practice at home, and in case you get stuck somewhere, you can take another sip, set the same intention until you get to swallow it smoothly. That's when you truly embrace the intention you set. Okay? You are all wonderful creators and bright lights, so have fun and thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
You know, these things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, that I feel authentically myself. I don't want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you. And
Hello, everyone. I'm going to adjust this a little bit here. Beautiful. Welcome, everyone here joining us live in Pleasanton on day 2 of our Enlightenment Expo. The talks just keep coming and coming and coming. Who here has been to many talks today? Amazing. I love to see that. You have a lot of choices where to spend your day, and we just feel honored and blessed and grateful that you're with us, and hopefully taking away with you a new state or an elevated state of being. And you certainly will feel that with our next speaker, who not only is one of my favorite speakers, but she's one of my close soul sisters. And after spending the next hour with her, you will know exactly why. Pia Darling fuses 30 years as a corporate team leader and 30 plus years of healing, growth, and spiritual practice to offer the gift of accelerated transformation, clarity, and confidence. Pia's deeply embodied work guides her clients to transform current challenges into stepping stones, integrate old traumas, and activate personal heart harmonizing resonance. By inviting in Pia's insight, wisdom, and magic, Pia's clients experience expanded self-acceptance, happiness, and align more fully with their soul's deep purpose. And after the talk, you can find that out for yourselves. She is on the second floor in the foyer. Do not miss a one-on-one if you get the chance. If she has any spots open today, I would highly recommend it. I speak from personal experience. And so today with Pia, she will ask us the oh so powerful question: what if the key to more fulfilling, connected, and joyful relationships has been with us all along, literally at our fingertips? In this enlightening talk, Pia invites us to explore the profound wisdom encoded in our heart line, one of the most revealing features in our hands. Without further ado, let's welcome Pia.
Thank you, Barbara. Hello, everyone. Let's put our hands on our hearts and take a deep breath. Let it go. And one more time. Let yourself feel kind of heavier in your seat. Let yourself feel your smile. Smiling is such a powerful, powerful tool, if you want to call it a tool, but it is powerful. So we're here about relationships, about our hands, about our radiance. So many pieces that come together to give us the power and the choice and the responsibility to step into the relationships that meet us, the future that meets us. I have a lot of people always asking me when I do hand readings, oh, will you tell me the future? It's like, no, I don't tell the future. I tell you about you. And the more you align with your truth, because this is a blueprint, it's a view, it's a mapping, it's an owner's manual. This contains specifically about you, what your gifts are, your talents, what your challenges are, what your potential is. It's all specifically geared to you. And I'll just explain in a moment why. But if you really take in what your hands say about you and align with that truth, then what you attract in your life, you're taking responsibility for what you attract in your life, right? We are magnets. We are always attracting. You know, the law of attraction, it says, it is always at play, always attracting, always attracting. And if we're attracting from a place that we're not plugged in to our truth, we're attracting from a skewed place, something that's not true for us. So what comes into our life may not be right for us. It doesn't meet us. right? And so we wonder, why is this happening in our life? It's not what I wanted. It's not my truth. Well, the more we just align with the truth of who we are, which shows up in our hands, the more we attract what is true for us. And the interesting thing about relationship too is that we don't even necessarily need to attract new people into our lives, because the more we align with our truth, the more we help others in our life align with their truth. You know, they say that if you have a room full of clocks and there's one big grandfather clock, the one that ticks the loudest, boom, suddenly they all start ticking to the same tone and the same rhythm that the big grandfather clock ticks to. So if you are aligning to your truth, it's like setting the tone, the gong, the reverberation that helps others in your life connect into what their alignment is. So there's a lot of responsibility in that, and a lot of support that we can give people in our lives, right? So as we go along, you know, I might ask if you'd like to share different things about yourself, and please, if we could all agree that whatever is said in this room stays in this room. It's all confidential, it's all private, and we respect each other's shares. Yes?
Yes.
Great, thank you for that. Excellent. Okay, so relationships it's so foundational. We are tribal beings. We kind of move in herds, even if it's a herd of two. We're mammals. We're, you know, animals that require others to feel comfort, to feel safe, to feel warmth, to feel our hearts. And yes, there's times, I know from my life, there was times that I was completely on my own. And, you know, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. And yeah, I was okay with it at that time. And other times, no, it's important to be connected to others. So to just trust that wherever you are in your life is exactly where you need to be. And if you choose to have something different in your life, well, this is a great place to start, because like I said, aligning with your truth, then what you attract into your life will be yours. Okay. I'm going to talk about two different modalities today. Hand reading is one of them, and core awakening journey, this inner journey to heal and bring just peace and awareness within. I'm going to talk about those two because when I was seeking to heal myself, when I was seeking to have a better life, I tried so many different things. And these are the two modalities that changed my life. So I became practitioner in both of these to share this with you because it gave me such freedom to be myself. Such freedom. Yeah, so let me just jump in first with hand analysis and describe why hand analysis works. It's not about intuition. It's not about me tapping in magically to the ethers and telling you about you just by looking at your hands. Hand analysis, it's an evidence-based pattern recognition system. Right? Readings, palmistry, they think it started about 5,000 years ago in China. And it's evolved over the decades and centuries in different ways, right? But essentially why this works is that your hands have a huge concentration of neurotransmitters. And so as your brain processes your conscious thoughts, your subconscious and your unconscious, all of that processing that your brain does, it's your synapses that are firing these little electrical sparks as it's doing its thing across the neurons. It's this whole brain processing. Each little spark that gets generated is like a computer chip that's full of information about you. And these little sparks, there's billions of them getting generated all the time, even while you sleep. So that they flood through your body, seeking to make contact because it's electricity, and electricity needs to plug in somewhere. So they find the neurotransmitters in your hand, plug into there, at the same time touching your skin and muscle, and tweak, 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 constantly tweaking, creating this mapping, creating an outpicturing of everything that you're about at a very core level. And that's why we can read this. That's why it's a pattern recognition system. So it kind of takes the magic out of it in a way, but it's very unique to each of you. Your hand is absolutely unique to each of you. And then the interesting part is that the fingertips, your fingerprints, have been decoded to understand your soul purpose and your soul lesson. And those fingerprints, would you believe that they're printed on your little baby body 4 months after conception? You're halfway before you're born, you have a full set of fingerprints that then never change throughout your life. Isn't that fascinating? And yes, and so I didn't discover this myself. It's not my work. I am certified through the International Institute of Hand Analysis. And so this system is tried and true since the 80s. It's been around. And really giving a lot of truth and a lot of information for people to be in their wholeness. So the first thing I'm going to talk about then is the heart line. So your heart line, if you look at your hand, right underneath your pinky, it's about ½ an inch under your pinky or so. It comes out from there and then goes across your hand. And it can do many different things. It can go straight across all the way or straight across part of the way. It can come across and curve up. It can come across and slant a little bit. It can do many different things. And based on what direction it's doing and the texture of the line. Oh, yes.
Quickly, what hand are we looking at?
Oh, it can be both.
Okay.
Both, yes. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Yeah. And based on just, all these different elements of that line, how it's drawn, the depth of it, the width of it, what's going on the hand, on the line. It could be braided. It could be really deep and etched. All of that is what goes into the decoding of what type of heart line you have. And we use the elements to describe the heart line: earth, air, fire, water. So I'll just describe them, and you can start thinking about how you might feel with each of these descriptions and what element you might be. Okay, so earth, air, fire, water. We'll start with earth. Earth. Now, if you think of these elements as the actual element, right? The earth, it's the planet, the ground under our feet. Can always count on it. When you get up in the morning, it's there, right? It's when you look at the earth from afar, it looks kind of peaceful and quiet. It's just this globe. Oh, nice. It feels like it's stable. It doesn't shift around and move. It's right there, right? Every so often, maybe a volcano will erupt. And so translating that into how an earth person behaves is that an earth person has a lot of presence, a lot of stability. They're there for you. An earth person needs a lot of space in their life. They need to have their alone time. They need to be left to themselves to do things. They don't like being kind of clingy, have someone clinging on them. They don't like being controlled, right? It's impossible to control an earth person. An earth person can be very quiet, very still, not sharing too much, very private, but then every so often can blow up. Like having an anger. Usually it's anger. Every so often it might be tears, depending on the rest of the hand. But usually it's an anger blow up. So this is what an earth person is about. Okay? Let's move on to air. So imagine air like a breeze, a nice breeze that comes along on a meadow, right? There's all this long grass and it's soothing down the grass and it's jiggling the leaves on the trees with the sun on it. And then suddenly it picks up, right? And the air starts blowing stronger and stronger and starts whipping around and whipping around and whipping around. Well, an air person is someone who likes to smooth things over. An air person does not like conflict, so they will actively try to be the diplomat and calm people down, right? An air person can, in that whipping around, be very, very self-judgmental, be really hard on themselves, right? An air person, because of how the wind continues to blow, an air person really enjoys long talks and just being connected in that way. Yeah. So between peace and self-flagellation, that's the range of the air person. Fire. So imagine fire, a bonfire in front of us, right? And there's rocks that create the bonfire pit, and on the fire is burning bright, and it's attracting people, right? It's attracting people to sit around it. And someone pulls out a guitar and they start singing and everyone's happy, and then someone by mistake kicks out some of the rocks out of the way, and the fire starts spreading and gets really bigger, and by mistake it burns and singes a couple of people. Well, a fire person is very, very warm, has a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. Fire people are fun, so they do attract people to them. People love being around fire people. They're fun. And then fire people can get very, very intense and very, very focused. They could do like 2 or 3 all-nighters in a row and get super burnt out. They can get so involved in something, in a project, that they don't realize that they're hurting people's feelings maybe along the way, not noticing how they're impacting people. So that's kind of the range of a fire person. Okay. And then there's water. Water. So like imagine just a plate full of water that you can just move, and the water just flows this way and that way. It just moves without boundaries. It moves without thought. It goes towards wherever it's tilting, wherever the world or the person is tilting, right? Water can get very hardened, freeze up. Water can get very big and in one big wave kind of, wipe out a sandcastle and take away umbrellas on the beach. And water just has this ability to, wherever you pour it into, it takes that shape, right? So a water person flows very easily wherever it's needed. A water person is the perfect caregiver without giving thought to themselves, but always to the other. Right? A water person is very much, mom energy. That wants to take care and make sure everybody's okay. A water person can have issues with their boundaries, have people either cross over into their boundaries, or maybe they don't notice another person's boundary and cross over that way, either way. Right. And water can just be very, very explosive when it's just feels out of control, because water loves to feel controlled, likes to be in some sort of container to feel safe. And when it doesn't feel safe, it can get a little bit like big tidal waves, just trying to reach out to feel some sort of safety. So did you get a sense of maybe who you might be, which element you might be, or how you behave, how others in your life might behave? Yeah. Yeah, big nods. Yes.
Can you have like different aspects of different elements in yourself, and then like maybe there's a primary,
Yes.
one that's primary and one dominant, one that's
Very much. So So the question is, can you have different aspects of it in your life? And absolutely. So what we're talking about now is just the one line, the heart line. Then there's other elements in the hand. There's the shape of the hand, which is also earth, air, fire, water. There's different lines that bring in different qualities. So yes, you may have different aspects that show up in different places. You may have, you may be a fire person in your relationship, in your intimate, closer relationships, family relationships. And then at work, you might have a different element, right? You may have opposing elements, right? And so what that's called in the hand analysis world is a delicious dilemma. two different ways of being that actually do need airtime. Each one needs airtime. It's not about just being that one way, but it's allowing yourself to be the range that you are. And that's what's wonderful about hand analysis. It's about you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's just understanding who you are and how you are. And then giving yourself the space and the freedom and the kind of approval, the permission to be yourself. Doesn't that feel good to be able to do that? It's relaxing. Yeah. So if I have in the back some clipboards, if you'd like to sign up, I can send you a little summary. I didn't bring it today, I'm sorry, but I can send you a summary of what all these elements are and how they are in your life, how they may show up. Yeah. I wanted to give you a couple of other, how this works, like in relationship. So for instance, once I was reading hands at a Valentine's Day event, and I was reading for a couple, and I read for the woman first, and her hand was just all water, which meant all emotional, very, very emotional. I mean, not only her heart line was water, but the shape of her hand was water. And so it's like double water. And then I'm reading for her partner, and he is all air, super air. And so he very, very mental, very logical, very analytical and structured that way. And I said to him, so what she needs from you, she needs to hear from you how you feel about her. She needs to hear that. And I turned back to her, tears are rolling down her eyes because she's been starved. She's been starved to hear and to feel how he felt in the language of water that she can recognize. He's being present in the relationship in the terms of being logical and explaining things and understanding and planning and what air is about. So that's his love language, which she could not recognize and feel, right? Another example of how that works is, okay, me and my husband. I'm fiery. So being fire, I need attention. Fire likes to be the center of attention, just like the bonfire, right? Everybody wants to be, you want people looking at you and just being happy around you. And that feeds me, that makes me understand that, yeah, he's interested and he's there for me. He's earth. Earth people, their love language is doing things, actions, anything with movement. I'm gonna fix that picture on the wall. I'm gonna build this for you. I'm gonna take this garbage and take it to the dump. I'm gonna do this, do this, do this. So for an earth person, that's how they show they care. That's their language. And until we really understood each other's love language, it's like feeling that something is missing. Feel a little like, oh, not complete. But when you understand it and you can like feed each other in the language to which the other is requiring to feel it. That's really important. That's really important. It's not about changing who you are, but it's about being just appreciative to the other by using their language so that they can understand you. Does it make sense? Yeah, yeah. Wow, so, I've got another example of how I used to read at the Sausalito Art Festival, and one of the vendors, one of the artists came over for a reading, and she puts her hands out, and she was very eclectic, very wild. She was colorful. Oh, it was just amazing. It was fun, really fun. And I look at her hands, I'm like, how am I going to tell her this? Oh my gosh, I don't know. And I said, well, I'm just going to say what I see in her hands. Well, you're very Saturnian, meaning very structured, very mental. There are lots of air and Saturn. Her hands were all air and Saturn, and wow, exactly the opposite of what you'd think an artist would be. And so I'm telling her this, and I look up, and again, tears coming out of her eyes. And she said, you don't know what you've done for me. Thank you. Like, what do you mean? I'm an artist, but it's not what I do for work. By trade, I'm an engineer. And they don't take me seriously at work because she's this colorful, eccentric looking woman. So just to know, to feel seen, to be validated, it's just such a powerful, powerful process to have your hands read. And as well as, for instance, I read for a spiritual leader in Marin who, when I told her, well, you're fire, your element is fire. A fire meaning you're excited, you're just a lot of energy. No, she's like, I'm water. Yeah, look at this. This is very, very fiery. No, I'm water. I'm the caregiver. I'm spiritual. Ooh. And so we left it at that. And then she contacted me about a week later. And she's like, I've been feeling my fire and I feel really happy. Yes, because she started connecting with her truth, and it doesn't take away from her spirituality. It actually adds to it. It adds to her truth. It adds to her excitement and her joy in it. So to express from your truth, whatever that may be, earth, air, fire, water, that's your authenticity, and that's what people respond to. Yeah. I'm going to jump now to the core awakening journey, because I want to give you this other experience. We only have 20 minutes left, and I'd like to give you this other experience, this other piece of being in a relationship, being connected, because relationship is about connection. And before we can connect to others out there, it is required for us to connect within ourselves, to ourselves. We can't do anything out there that we haven't completed and be and in here. Because out there is really just a reflection, a mirror of how we be, if that makes sense. Yes? So for me, my experience and how it's helped me and how I've helped many people to connect with your emotional body, to connect with your inner world. The fastest way, the easiest way, and the most joyful way is to connect with your inner child. And I'd love to take you on a little journey to meet your inner child right now. Yeah? So please get comfortable in your chairs. And I will ask you to close your eyes. And if you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, that's fine. Just, I ask you then to look down to the floor because that helps you bring your awareness down into your body. And so taking a couple of breaths. And feel free to take a couple of breaths with a loud exhale, kind of letting go of the stress, letting go of anything that might be kind of sitting there. Let it go. It's okay to make noise. Let yourself feel heavier in the chair. Let yourself feel like you're being held by the chair. You're safe here right now. And another breath. And exhale. And as you're breathing, feeling your body, how it moves with the breath. Feeling how your chest moves, your shoulders move. No need to be exaggerated in your breath, just noticing how you breathe, following your breath. When we follow our breath, we're noticing how the body moves. We notice how deep our breath goes, whether it's into the chest, the solar plexus, the belly, just noticing. Letting yourself just know that you're breathing just perfectly, just the way you are. And as you're breathing, now adding your imagination, adding a picture of a lovely place that might be very comforting for you. Maybe it's a beach or a park bench, somewhere comfortable that you can be. Maybe it's a room at home. Whatever appears in your imagination, it's perfect. And letting yourself get comfortable in that place. Take a couple of breaths in that place. You can feel it if you're more kinesthetic. Feel what it feels like to be there. Look around if you're more visual. Or just a knowing that you're in a comfortable place. And breathe yourself more deeply there. And now I will call on your inner child to come forward. And your inner child may just show up, or they may be walking or crawling closer from afar. Just let your inner child show up. however they choose to show up. Inviting that inner child to come forth. Maybe you inviting your inner child to come forth with a smile, with a hello, come here. Just let it happen. If they show up and it's very visible, very visual to you, notice how old they are. Notice their face. What type of expression? What might they be feeling? If you don't see it, but you have a sense that they're there, just sensing that, allowing it, believing they are there. And you can still get a sense for how old they are and what they're feeling. Trust yourself. And invite your inner child to come closer. Maybe they'd like to sit right across from you. Maybe they'll crawl right into your lap. Maybe they'll sit next to you. Just let them take the lead. And whatever noises we hear here actually take us deeper into the experience of your inner child. Let the noises take you deeper, deeper in. And notice how you're feeling with your inner child there. Notice how you feel. And let's ask your inner child, do you have a message? Do you have a message? Is there something you need? What would you like to say, inner child? And just give your inner child space to convey that message. And I'll just be quiet for a couple of minutes to allow that. Take in that message. Take in their presence. And thank your inner child. Thank them for showing up and sharing whatever they shared. Will let your inner child go back to where they were before and say goodbye to your inner child in however method, whatever way feels right to you. And stay for a moment in this place. Keep breathing with the memory of this experience. Just know that you can come back here anytime you choose. This is your connection with your inner child. And sit with this place for a moment here, another minute, just breathe with it. Help create a bookmark in a way that you can come back here to this place. And thanking yourself. Bring gratitude to yourself for caring enough to come into this deep place to meet your inner child. This is an amazing step to inner peace. As well as connected relationships. Connecting to this relationship within you, to you, creates a template to attract more connection, deeper connection from those around you in life. So taking a big breath and gently coming back into the room, moving your shoulders, your body, feel your feet on the floor, letting yourself be here now. Everybody was so deep. Would anybody like to share a little bit of their experience?
My inner child did not show up.
No? What did you feel?
Just a pleasant, peaceful feeling.
Okay, yes.
As the song goes, an easy, peaceful feeling.
Yes.
That's about it.
An
It's
easy,
relaxing.
yeah, peaceful, yes, that's wonderful. Well, that in and of itself is getting closer to meeting your inner child because you were there within you and you decided to stay and do this exercise. And so that by itself is a huge step to meeting your inner child. And that your inner child didn't show up, you showed up for you. That's important. That's the biggest first step, right?
I felt my body keep twitching, like I was getting ready to fall asleep, you know, right before you're asleep,
Yes.
the twitch.
The twitching.
And that kept happening over and over.
Well, you were going really deep. Yeah.
I felt really good though, really relaxing.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, both of you. Would anybody else like to share something? Yes.
I basically, I didn't see any physical form of the child. I kind of went down into a darker tunnel and kind of went down pretty far. And I kept hearing as a kid being told, you know, you gotta be a good kid and don't do this and don't do that. And you shouldn't do this and don't.
Yeah.
And there's all this, you know, all these things I shouldn't do. And I got to actually and tell myself, like, it's okay. Like there was so much more that I was good with and that I was okay. And not be, at every moment being told not to do something and be, you know, I'm actually able to release that. And that I'm okay.
Yes.
I'm okay. And it had no bearing on me being good or bad. That I just am good. And
Oh my God, I'm getting chills. That's so perfect. Thank you. Thank you for you're parenting yourself in that way, your own inner child. You're being your own parent, good parent, you know, positive parent. Wonderful. And so that will, you might find yourself in life then not being so hard on yourself, not telling, you know, just letting yourself be as you are. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
So I did experience my inner child. It was like speaking to me, and there was this like kind of like sadness and then kind of like motherly feeling, you know.
Yeah.
And so a lot of emotions.
Yes. Yeah. That happened. Oh.
So yeah, it was quite touching.
Oh, beautiful. Yes. You know, being human in this world where there's just so many distractions and so much to do and prove ourselves and, you know, survive in so many ways that we've very much disconnected from our inner child. And there is a sadness there about that, right? And our inner child then feels, because we've disconnected, I think that it's like an endemic throughout humanity. Maybe some cultures have a different way of being, which may not feel this, but in general, our inner child feels abandoned and unsafe and unloved. And that's what we need to bring to ourselves with our own presence, right? Coming back, you know, being there for you. And then that just kind of ripples down into connecting with your inner child, and it will feed and fill that place of feeling unloved, bringing love to ourselves. My goodness, there's 1 minute left. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much all for being here. Like I said, I have boards in the back if you'd like to receive a summary today, and I'll send more things out. I have a flyer for a grounded presence experience that I have coming up, both on Zoom, you can choose Zoom, or in person. My office is in Sausalito. What else can I tell you? I have business cards back there, and come by for a hand reading. I also have full readings on a special holiday sale that you can buy for yourself or as gifts for people that you can purchase it here, and I give you the print kit, and then we schedule it for later, you know, whenever there's time. But I really appreciate how, gosh, all of you were so in it, in this journey, in this inner child journey. I loved seeing the depth of where you all were. It's so comforting to me that there's people that really value the depth, because the depth is what's actually going to save us, right?
So isn't the inner child experience more of a relationship with yourself, knowing who you are, what you're capable of, being able to let go of the past and accept the future?
In a way, the inner child experience, if you think of it just really simply as just loving, being loving with yourself, and without, you know, really needing too much to put labels on who you are and how you are and what you're good at and all of that, but just being present. That presence is the key and this antidote for so much in life.
How can you be non-present?
Oh, very easily. Yeah, you could be talking to someone and they're not present, right? They're thinking of something else, right? They've got a pain in their foot and they're not really there for you. You know, there's present, like real presence is like an embodied feeling that you can actually feel someone tangibly there. And we're wrapping up, but thank you for that question, and we can talk more. Thank you, everyone.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, and I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts, healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience, helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV. Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, but I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your...
Hi, my name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, welcome to our 4 o'clock talk with Marnell Marasigan. Yes?
Yes.
Yay, I got that right. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us in Pleasanton, California today on this fine December Sunday. We are very happy to have you with us, and just want to really thank you and everyone online joining us online for joining us today. So just a little bit about Marnell. For more than 15 years, she has been a certified money coach, cultivating a practice of meditation, spiritual alignment, and trauma healing and integration. Not only is she a money coach, she is also a body-centered intuitive counselor who has the innate ability to help us connect to the light of our souls. In our sacred time with Marnell today, she will teach us tools to develop our money superpower guided by the light of our souls. She will help us develop our money patterns. Develop them to set a new course for a brighter future. That sounds so wonderful as we end the 1 year coming into the next. Yes. Together, we will learn the neuroscience of how our brain responds to money so that we can rewire our neural pathways for an abundant life. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you, Allison. Thank you for being here today. And I'm Marnell Marasigan, and it's a great honor to be with all of you and share some of the gems that I have learned along the way. And if you are here and you don't have a worksheet, there's a few here and some pens.
I'm going to take one for my friend as well.
Awesome. Yeah, pens. We need pens. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. So today I get to share with you some information about becoming a money magnet so we can clear end 2025 with much clarity and move into 2026 into your power. Are you okay with that? Yes. Awesome. Beautiful. You're in the right place then. All right. So Allison was really sweet in introducing me, and I want to share a little bit about myself too. I am I've been a money coach. I am actually expanding and creating my business is shifting and becoming a training program because I want to train other people do what I do and support more people become spiritual wealth coaches. And I love my life. I live 3 blocks from Golden Gate Park and 3 blocks from the beach. Every day I get to walk on the beach and start my day there, or in the middle of the day, if I don't have clients, then I go take a stroll, control my own time. It's great to be making, like moving into the space of making 6 figures as a coach. And I'm here to teach others also how to do that and shift it, right? I have a beautiful life. I'm so grateful. I couldn't even be more grateful for the life that I have right now. I have an amazing partner who supports me 1,000%. My son is a firefighter and fights wildfires every summer. I'm a proud mama. And the resources that I need just show up when I need them. It's like I never have to worry about money. It's a beautiful place to be in. And I want all of you to get there. But, it wasn't always like this. There was a time in my life when I was a single mom, divorced, living on food stamps, living with anxiety and depression. At one point, the job that I was looking to start fell through. And I did not have the money to pay for it. Like, I burned through all my savings. Waking up in the morning felt like a drag. And there was no money in my bank account. And I remember feeling like, well, what's the point of being alive if I can't even take care of myself? Maybe the world is better off without me. So there I was crying, tears soaking my pillow, just feeling so ashamed of myself for getting into that situation and feeling like guilty and blaming everything that is wrong in my life all on me. Right? The suicidal thoughts were relentless. But one night, I heard a voice and it said, Marnell, your life is worth more than the money you don't have in your bank. And I heard that, it was very tiny, and I cried even more, right? But from that moment on, I realized, you know, that is true. My life is worth more than what I don't have in the bank account. And so what did I do? I actually asked for help. And you know what? When I allowed myself to be vulnerable, help came. Day in, day out, I went to take care of underlying traumas that I have around my money, around the shame, around the guilt. And day by day, I found my joy again. And I found that life is really beautiful. And in that process, I just, I also hired a money coach. And then I learned to shift my relationship with it. So now I have made it my mission to teach people how to shift this relationship with money. Because when you shift it, that's when you can make changes in your life. And that's when you can bring in abundance. So I stand here before you to show you that becoming a money magnet is really possible. It can happen just like this. And how do I do that? Today, we're going to talk about 3 keys on how to do that. I teach this to all of my clients. And in your worksheet, I invite you to take your pen and the first page, there's some lines here. Oh yes, if you don't have a worksheet, there's some things over that. Need a vest. So on the first page at the very top, you have a few lines there. I invite you to spell the word reaction. Reaction. Reaction, yes. Now, after you spell this, what is the middle letter of this word? Act. And what is the middle letter of the word act? C. And what does C stand for? And what happens if you move C to the beginning of the word? Creation. Yes. Isn't that cool? And what does C stand for? C stands for consciousness. Some people also say cash. I'll take that too, right? But when you move consciousness in the beginning, you get to create. So key number 1 to becoming a money magnet is to stay conscious and aware. Stay conscious and aware about money and resources. And what kind of consciousness do you want to put in your money? I love that we're hearing some joyful music across the room. Like, do you want to put the energy of joy into your money? I'm all for that, right? What kind of consciousness? Is it a consciousness of scarcity, or is it a consciousness of abundance that you are going to go with around money? We had some of that. So when you stay conscious and aware around money, you get to have choices. You get to create and have choices. That's key number 1. So what kind of consciousness? See, money is like tofu. Tofu doesn't have much of a taste, right? But tofu gets elevated according to the flavor you put in it. Money also doesn't have any flavor in it, but if we put the flavor of scarcity and pain and suffering, that's what you're going to have. If you put the flavor of abundance and lightness and creativity, that's what you're going to have. So what kind of consciousness do you want to put in around your money? Energy. Yes, an energy flow, right? Beautiful. What else? What kind of consciousness? I like the joy there. And creativity, right? So, yeah, when we're conscious and aware, we get to have more choices, right? It's about creating here instead of reacting. Like reaction, you keep doing the same action versus creating. You get to create because you stay conscious. That's key number one. So I invite you to joyfully execute intentional steps to achieve your wealth and money goals, or abundantly, or excitedly, right? What kind of energy do you want to put? I invite you to use this affirmation for you on how you want your money to be. And your goals, what kind of money goals are you going to have? Maybe, what do you want for 2026? These are different goals that you can have. And I invite you to write that down on your piece of paper. After you say, I joyfully, intentionally create and shift, the worksheets are back there with pens. And I invite you to actually write, what is a money goal you have for 2026? Because you know what? If you don't say it out there, if you don't create a goal for yourself, it's just going to be a dream. So what is going to be your focus for 2026? Is it about paying off debts? Is it about having your dream vacation or retirement? What is it? Go ahead and write it down for yourself. And some of you are probably asking, okay, this is great. It's to put wealth goals, but I still worry about money. How many of you kind of have that? All right. Well, I invite you to actually take out your phone right now. Take your camera, and there is a QR code on the worksheet. And take the money quiz, not at the very back, just at the second page, right here. Take the money quiz. And there are some words when you open it. And the words are, some say, disciplined, anxious, vulnerable, goal-oriented. Click on the words that you resonate with when it comes to money. And you're not going to be, there's no wrong or right answer here. It's more of, how do you feel? What are your actions around money? Are you disciplined? Are you find yourself irresponsible? Does it feel like you have a love-hate relationship with money? You love it and then it leaves right away. So, you gotta check, what resonates with you. Yeah, take it now. Take the quiz now, because we'll be discussing your quiz results after.
No apps, go to your phone, go to photos.
Yeah, so just click on the words that resonate with you around money.
You can't participate in it. Cancel something.
And enter your information so you can get your quiz results. How many of you are still working on the quiz? Just show of hands. Okay. You probably are wondering, what did this course mean, yeah? All right. So key number 2 to becoming a money magnet is, so first we stay conscious and aware, right? And bring the consciousness, elevate the consciousness around money with positive healing energy, right? Joy, abundance, excitement, creativity, resourcefulness, all of that energy, put that in. And then key number 2 is you connect to your wealth superpowers. What does that mean? Your first wealth superpower is your warrior energy. The warrior energy, how many of you scored on the warrior? Awesome. Beautiful. And the warrior energy is the divine masculine energy. And if you didn't score on this, don't worry about it. All of us have the divine masculine energy in us. It's just that we're not using it to create money. So we want to be able to connect to this warrior energy when it comes to also our money. I invite you to think about the time when you accomplished something big, right? And you felt really good about yourself. So close your eyes and just think of that time. Accomplish something really big and just notice how you feel remembering it. And go ahead and open your eyes and stand up. I invite you to stand up and just notice how it feels in your body, remembering that accomplishment. I remember when I graduated and finished my MBA at St. Mary's College, I remember walking across the stage and I did this, yes, right before I picked up my diploma. So what is your warrior move? What is your warrior action? How does it feel? If you can just notice the energy How does it feel for you connecting to the part of you that accomplished something big? How does it feel? And I invite you to actually walk around the room, and if you have an action of your warrior, go ahead and show it around to people. Show your warrior to each other. Yes. Yes. All right. Yeah, let's be excited, right? What's your warrior? Yes. Oh, yes, I love it. Yeah. How did that feel? Right? See? So I invite you to sit down. See, if you have this kind of energy around your money, can you feel how much difference it would be? How different life would be when I approach it from the energy of my masculine energy that uses discipline, that is focused, that is confident and decisive, right? It's already here. This energy is already here. We just have to apply it around your money. That's divine masculine energy. That's your warrior. The next energy is the divine feminine energy. The divine feminine energy is all about the flow. The masculine is structure, and the feminine energy is your flow, your intuition, your alignment. This is about generosity. This is about your kindness and compassion. We all have this. And allowing this feminine energy to be in your own flow, right? Like, doesn't it feel good when you wake up in the morning and things feel like you're just moving from one thing to the next and you feel you're in your flow? That's the feminine energy working through you, right? And whether you have a masculine or feminine energy, we all have this energy in us. And we want to use this around our money. Can we be kind and compassionate towards ourselves when it comes to money? Or are we going to be punishing ourselves, right? We can't be a money magnet if we're grouchy. We can't be a money magnet when there's kindness and compassion and generosity. That's the feminine energy. The next energy is your creator. The creator, this is about your divine connection to source. And don't worry if you didn't score here. You're all here at SoulSearch. You all have a creator in you. You all have that spiritual part of you, right? And this is the part that trusts. Trust the universe. Trust the world that all is well. And we get to be resourceful and resourceful, right? We come back to source. We come back to source is, God, creation, the universe, however you want to call it, right? That is the source of all abundance. And it's about connecting to that universal abundance. You meditate, you connect to that energy, you connect to the power of the light of your soul. This is your creator energy. This is also not, it doesn't have to be about being an artist, right? It's not just about being a musician or an actor or a painter. We all have our own creative energy. I mean, you all look lovely here. That's your creative energy. Like you don't get out of the house looking like you just got out of bed, right? Or maybe even if you got out of your bed, you probably look still awesome, right? That's your creative energy. And we want to use that energy around our money. Sweethearts, we have some worksheets and pens at the back. So that's your wealth superpowers. Now, number 3. Oh, actually, before we go there, I'm going to invite you to grab a partner next to you. and think about your earliest memory around money. What was your earliest memory around money? What do you remember? Like, and how do you feel thinking about it now? I'll give you an example. When I was a little girl, I lived with my grandmother, and I stayed, and every weekend she'd take me to my siblings. But before that, she would get me some ice cream. We'd go to the ice cream shop, and then she would say, "Don't tell your siblings we got ice cream." And of course, I'm the cute little one. What's the first thing out of my mouth when I see my siblings? I got ice cream. And so what happens? My siblings would get jealous and be upset at me, right? So what was the message for me there? If I have something, I can't talk about it, right? Others would not like me if I get anything. And that came through, throughout my life. So kind of think about it. What's a memory that you have right now that you remember about money when you were growing up? So partner up, just make sure you have someone next to you, maybe the two of you here, and then the two of you. Maybe I could, oh, hi. And go ahead and switch if you haven't switched. All right, let's find a completion point. Beautiful. I love how lively everyone got. Anybody want to share about your memory around money? Yes, Nancy, go ahead. Yes.
So, one small memory I had was, I know my grandma had a can that she kept changes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a neighbor that, also a little girl at the time. She said she's a bit older, but she said she needed money for something.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, when I heard that, I immediately know, oh yeah, we have money. So I went to the can and grabbed the change and was about to give it to her. But my grandma got really upset at me.
Yeah.
She grabbed my hand and I think she hit my hand or something. She was really upset. Because back then in China, it was,
Yeah.
So my internal message was, don't touch the money.
Yeah. And is there a part of you that kind of doesn't want to deal with money or doesn't want to touch it?
Yeah, even nowadays, each month I would just give my husband a Use with all the payments.
Yeah. Isn't it fascinating? Like the things that we had in our childhood really affects how we are now, right? Yeah. And you had us. Thank you for sharing that, Nancy.
So when I was a young child, our family was poor. And if you want to go downtown, very small town in Nebraska, if you wanted anything like a soda or a candy bar, I had to figure out a way to do that. So as my travels around town, I discovered, because back then everything was in bottles. Soda pop was in bottles. Everybody threw the bottle out the window of their car. Nobody did anything with the bottle. Under the bushes, in the ditches, everywhere around the small community, I discovered pop bottles. It's like a gold mine.
Yeah.
And I got 2 cents a bottle. So I needed 5 bottles to get a soda pop at the store. So I started recycling these bottles.
Wow.
But I only took what I needed because I wanted to save my resources for a later day.
Yeah. And are you the same way now?
Oh yeah, I'm very money conscious.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
And I didn't tell anybody what I was doing or where they were coming from.
They're very smart and resourceful, right? That is actually the creator, right? The creator finds ways, right? And it is really amazing how, impacts happen at a young age, and we are so unconscious of how it affects us later down the line. And so today, I want to share with you, I ask you to really start connecting to your wealth superpowers. And key number 3 is also identifying your limiting beliefs and patterns. Because if you know what your patterns are, you can shift it. And you can use your wealth superpowers to help you shift it. You can use the energy of your warrior and the energy of your magician and your creator. Right? So now, what are these limiting beliefs and patterns? The first one is the wounds. We actually have 2 money wounds. The first wound is the wound of the innocent. When I first took this quiz, I scored on this one. What does that mean? If you scored in the innocent, it means when you were growing up, no one taught you how the world of money works. No one said, may I have your name?
Scott.
No one said, Scott, this is how you earn money, how you manage, how you leverage, how you invest, how you save. That kind. Maybe we heard, go to school, get a good job, and save. That might be, for most of us, that's probably the extent of what was told, we were told to do around money, right? But guess what? There's so much more around it, right? So the innocent feels like no one was there to guide me. And so the innocent gets overwhelmed and scared. It's like having a kindergartner be in charge of budgeting, but what does a kindergartner know about budgeting? It doesn't even know how to add, right? But that's kind of like what an innocent is like. So we'd rather not do anything, or we'd rather have somebody else take care of it for us, right? Like for you, Nancy, I'm curious, did you score an innocent?
Actually, my name is Jane.
Jane, oh, I'm sorry.
My innocence was like 16 points.
Yeah, so you score in the innocent, and that's like that part where you had a, shifting into, that energy of somebody else. Yeah, somebody else. Please do this. I don't want to do this. It's a little scary. Of course, it's scary if your hand got hit, right? Yeah. So this is the thing is this is a wound, and it can be healed. right? So when we want to bring in the compassion of our magician towards the innocent and guide it, right? The second wound is the wound of the victim. The victim is the one who got hurt, betrayed, lost a tremendous amount of money, abused or neglected around money. And so we carry a lot of resentment. The victim says, no one was there to protect me. The innocent also says, no one was there to guide me. So it goes, I don't want to. And then the victim goes, no one was there to protect me. So she goes, I can't. You know, like whenever you find spaces of like, I could do this, that's an energy of the victim. And here's the thing, the victim, you know, the betrayal or the big loss, it might not have been something you experienced, but it might be something that you grew up with. Like if there's a lot of scarcity when you were growing up, that's an energy of victimization, right? So you grew up around it. So whenever you feel like there's like money feels scarce or I have no control around it, it's from the victim energy. And so the warrior needs to step in and protect this part and say, I got you, right? Can you imagine if we have all of these little parts of us that are scared, but you have your wealth superpowers stepping in and saying, I got you and I can take care of this for you, then this part can go at the back and not worry. And then because of this wounds, there's ways we compensate. The first compensation is the martyr. The martyr is the one that knows how hard it is to be a victim or an innocent, and it doesn't want others to feel that way. So they would just do whatever it takes and give to others, no matter the cost to them. You probably know, and these compensations are learned behavior because someone was like that when you were growing up. These are the overgenerous people. If you scored in the martyr, it means you just have a very generous heart. And the hard part with the martyr is things always go out and not much comes back in. And so we get resentful and we get bitter, right? And it's not sustainable. So we want to switch this martyr. The martyr is actually the toxic feminine energy. So we want to bring in the magician and have boundaries. Martyrs need, if you had scored in the martyr, you need to learn how to say no. And no is a complete sentence. All right, I want you to practice. Everyone just say no.
No.
No. Say it again, like you mean it.
No.
No. How did that feel? Good. That felt good, right? Yeah, so that kind of boundary, we want to have healthy boundaries around us. That's how you work around the martyr. The next compensation is the tyrant. The innocent and the victim had no control. So now we went to the other side, opposite end, that I need to be in control at all times. This is the part that gets harsh and critical.
It says here, you're two is a fool.
Huh?
Here, two is a fool.
Oh, sorry. It's
Vice versa.
yeah, you can switch it. Yeah, so the tyrant is the one that tries to control things through money, or that, like harshness and critical, like you probably can think of who this was when you were growing up. Yeah? Who was a tyrant in your life? If you had scored in the tyrant, it's because someone was a tyrant to you when you were growing up. It was a learned behavior. It means we can unlearn it. The next compensation is the fool. I scored on this one too. The fool is super fun. It lives in the moment. It doesn't worry about tomorrow. This is like, you're probably up there and you're like, ooh, I want this. Like, yeah, I did my Christmas shopping upstairs, right? But I did good deals. But in the past, I probably would have gotten more, right? Even though if I didn't have the resources for it. That's what happens with a fool. Money comes in fast and money comes out even faster, right? It's super fun, but then it's not sustainable. Because what happens is, the fool also says when people sometimes would have a martyr and the fool will go, well, no one's getting it for me, so I'll go get it myself. And then the bank statement shows up and you see your bank account goes low and the credit card balance goes up. And then you're like, you shouldn't have done that. And that was your tyrant, right? And what happens is we go into this cycle. And it's important to really be honest with yourself around your money. You got your scores here, yeah? And you got an idea, and did it resonate with what I talked about? Like, ooh, now you have a little blueprint of what you need to shift on, right? I'm curious, what are your takeaways as we close our class today? Or if you have any questions based on that. Yes.
In your presentation today, you gave us this to log on to.
Yes.
And it gives you percentages.
Yes.
On what scale do we judge ourselves by the percentages?
Yeah,
Higher,
so
the better, the lower,
on the wealth superpowers, the higher the score, the better. On the wounds and the compensations, the lower the score, the better.
Okay.
Yeah. And
what if you're just in that medium range, like 35, 36?
Well, you want in the most ideal world, if your money actions and decisions were a car, you want your warrior to be driving that car. You want your magician navigating, providing guidance. You want your creator in the back seat, brainstorming ideas of how to bring in more resources into our lives. Everybody else stays in the trunk. Right? They don't get to have a say around your money actions and decisions, right? And we also need to really look at the underlying issues of why this is so, right? Because that's when things can shift. Okay, you have I've given you some tips here around becoming a money magnet, but this is just the beginning. And you probably all have questions around your quiz, right? Like, oh, what does this mean more? And as a gift, I have my holiday gift to all of you, and for being here today, I invite you to have a consultation, a money magnet activation session with me. It's a free 20-minute call where we'll go through your quiz results and come up with a minute plan on how to get moving using this framework. And also, if you have a particular goal for 2026, get you to a shift to bringing your 2026 with your wealth superpowers. So there is another QR code at the back of the sheet. That is my link to my calendar. So go ahead and take out your phone again. And I invite you to schedule a call. And if you schedule your call with me, before we close, I'm going to be generous and give you 40 minutes of my time. This is worth $350. My clients pay me a lot of money to do work with them. But this is the holidays, and generosity creates more abundance. So schedule a time with me now before the session ends. I opened up my calendar for, this coming week. And you'll get the extra 20 minutes. Deborah, who's Deborah? All right, Deborah, there's our first money warrior who's scheduled to call with me. Yay! Yes, yes. So, yeah,
the blue.
yes, the blue ones, yeah, this week. So just click on those time and on the dates, and you'll see time spots. Sushma, yay! Another warrior. See, the early bird gets warm, so you get 40 minutes with me at our session. Yeah. And Alice, where's Alice? Hey, Alice, look forward to connecting. Oh my goodness, you guys go follow Shamika? Yay! Awesome. Yeah, schedule a time so we can go through your quiz results. And it's been a great pleasure to spend this evening, this time with you all.
Are you available in the evening?
What times do we have there?
Goes up to 7:40.
Yeah, some, yeah.
Like 6:30?
Yeah. Get your information and I want to celebrate all this money warriors in the house. And as we close, I gave you the 3 keys to become a money magnet. And I invite you to just say, I am a money magnet. And go ahead and turn to your partner and just say, I am a money magnet. And the person says, yes, you are. Yeah, how did that feel? It's important to just claim it. It starts with claiming your power. Yeah. Thank you so much, money magnets. Thank you. Wealth superpowers in the house. Yeah, and if you have any questions, I can be out there in the lobby if you want to learn more about what I do. If you have any questions, now I have a few time after this. So yeah, I'll be out there. Thank you for being here tonight. And happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays.
Happy holidays. And if I can also have my pens back. Thank you. My contact information is in the worksheet. So feel free to email, text, or message me if you have any questions.
6:30 on the 11th.
On it. Why not? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Move out of the
Okay.
way. Whoops.
Oh, what happened? Oh,
I'm sorry.
no worries.
Jane?
Yes,
Jane.
yes. I got a short session with you from the last SoulSearch.
Ah.
But then now I am in H3, so
Oh, beautiful.
so I hear about. So yeah.
Beautiful. I love that. I know. I'll be joining you guys at the next event.
Oh,
the holiday event. Yeah.
Oh, great. Then I'll see you there.
Yeah.
But I also book with you on the Thursday at 7:30.
Awesome. Beautiful.
So I'll see you then.
Yeah. Oh, is that the event? No, that's not the event.
No,
right?
the event is on Saturday,
Yeah.
the 13th. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane.
I need to make sure.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, and I feel authentically myself, and I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into a new dimension of spirit, transformation, and connection. Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. We go live Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, starting September 10th. Receive live psychic and mediumship readings, awaken your gifts, and connect to spirit in real time. Each week, explore deep spirituality, intuitive development, and conversations with luminary experts. Healing, past lives, the afterlife, and more. Call in, ask your questions, and receive direct guidance from your spirit team. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading now. Spots are limited on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Step into a sacred space with Ragini Mishra for Light Mirror Reflections, where every session becomes a portal to your soul, blending intuitive energy readings, name vibration decoding, and channeled messages from Babaji, Hanumanji, and the Divine Masters. Ragini guides you back to the truth you've always carried within. This is not just a reading, it is a reflection. Join Light Mirror Reflections every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, only on SoulSearch TV, Watch for free online or tune in via Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. Want to go deeper? Step into the Zoom room for a live personal reading and sacred soul connection. Come not to be told who you are. Come to remember who you've always been.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.
She gave me a little bit of a different perspective, and I realized that by embracing that perspective, it will really change the way I walk in the world.
I'm in heaven right now. Like, I love this so much.
Fulfillment is being at peace with who you are, where you are, and feeling like you've come home to yourself.
I feel joyful, and I feel authentically myself. I want to cry because I'm really happy.
Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Step into it.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. We are live from Pleasanton, California. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It is early evening time already. December sun is setting in this part of the world, and we welcome everyone online joining us remotely. Our 5 o'clock speaker today is Janny Liu, and it is my pleasure and my privilege to introduce her. A little bit about Janny. She is a guide, healer, teacher, and third step ritual master certified in the Modern Mystery School in the sacred lineage of King Solomon. She has also served as a registered nurse in the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area, for over 15 years. Janny's spiritual journey began during a time of severe burnout in her nursing career, when a life activation sparked profound healing and transformation. Within a year, her health renewed and her career flourished, leading her to begin a deep training process with the Modern Mystery School. Today, Janny is devoted to helping others awaken the divinity within, step into their highest potential, and live life to its fullest. We'll be exploring healing as a sacred return to the self, a journey of self-discovery, and this heart-centered talk will unravel the layers of energetic and spiritual healing and offer practices to reconnect with our inner wisdom, release what no longer serves, and reclaim wholeness. Welcome and
Thank you so
enjoy.
much. That's a lovely introduction. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me again in this last hour of this last day of this expo. So I'm honored to spend this last hour with you. So, like Alison said, I'll talk a few concepts about healing, and then we're going to experience some energy, working with energy. So, my name is Jenny Liu. As you mentioned, well, my formal training is actually a scientist. I was a chemist before I became a nurse, and I've been a registered nurse for 17 years now. But through my journey, I realized that allopathic medicine or the spiritual approach to healing is not enough. So I started for alternative ways for healing, and I found a path that universally works for everyone. And then I realized that healing really does need to take place on multiple levels. Okay, but before we start, I'd like us to ground ourselves first, be in this moment, be in this present. So I'd like you to relax in your chair. You can close your eyes now. Take 3 deep cleansing breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Okay, now we can return to normal breathing. And I want you to put your hand or your hands on your belly or your stomach. And go ahead and keep your eyes closed. And I want you to start feeling the sensation of the rise and fall of your belly as you breathe. Notice the sensation of your hands on your belly. Feel the ebb and the flow of your breath. And now feel your body's presence in this room as you relax furthermore. Okay, open your eyes now. Again, welcome. Okay, so my first question to you, those who are here, what's the first word you think of when you hear the word healing?
Whole.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah. So, but who here came to SoulSearch because you want to heal something in your life? Raise your hand. Right? Yeah. So most people come to SoulSearch because you go to the energy healers, you want to heal something in your life. You go to the readers to get some clarity because you want to fix something in your life. Because you want to get better, right? You want to clear or remove something from your life because you want to feel alive and joyful. And most of the world, we define healing as a physical recovery from illness, or it could be emotional release, or maybe a spiritual awakening. But what is true healing? True healing goes beyond just fixing symptoms or curing illness. It is about the journey to become whole. It's not always about feeling better, but it's about getting more aligned, where all your systems are in a harmonious state. And true healing is not just fixing what's broken. It's really about remembering who you truly are It's remembering your godhood, your divine essence, your eternal nature. Because we came to this earth whole. We are eternal beings having a physical moment or experience here on earth. Unfortunately, we forgot about that because the density of this body, the programming, the indoctrination, all the experiences that we had, especially those when we were young, that formed our belief system. So then we create this idea of who we want to be based on our own perception and also the influence of others, especially those close to us. So we create this mask, this illusion of who we want to be, who we truly are. The world is changing and it's changing fast. But I'm glad to see that gradually the world is catching up and seeing healing from a holistic perspective. So in the book, The Art and Science of Nurse Coaching, healing is defined as a lifelong journey, seeking harmony and balance in one's own family, community, and global relations. And healing involves those physical, mental, social, and spiritual processes of repair, renewal, transformation to bring about wholeness. So what are we healing? Now let's go to the metaphysics of healing. When we heal, we work with our body, soul, and spirit. So we all know the body, right? This is the form. This is the focus of Western medicine, treating the symptoms of disease as manifested in the body. This is the form that anchors us here in the physical plane. It helps give us sensation, experience, presence. It's the vessel that allows us to move, to live, to experience the world through our senses. And through this body, we experience pleasure, pain, grounding, survival. That's why if we neglect our body, then we are disconnecting ourselves from the part of us that remembers how to live. The saying, body is a temple? It is, because you're only one vessel to live life here on earth. We focus on our career, our jobs, maybe our family, and we neglect our body, unfortunately. And then you have the soul and the spirit. And did you know that the soul and the spirit are different things, two different entities? Yes, in the modern world, we use the term soul and spirit interchangeably, but in ancient societies, it's always been thought as two separate entities. And the soul is the framework that unites the body and the spirit. So it's like the bridge that connects the spirit, the unseen realm of the spirit, and the tangible realm of the physical. So, and it's through the soul that we feel, that intuition, that deep yearning, that thing that there's something more. It's your soul your spirit trying to speak through your soul that there's something more. And then there's the spirit, which is eternal, limitless, divine, pure light. It's the part of us. So when we connect to our spirit, then we're connected to the part of us that's eternal, that's never been broken. And if you want to know more about the difference between the soul and the spirit, I do teach a class called Empower Thyself, where we go deeper into the mystery teachings about the difference between the soul and the spirit. Okay, so let's meditate on what we've just learned right now. And I want you to close your eyes. Take one deep breath. Okay, now as you breathe, ask yourself, where do I feel most present right now? In my body, in my mind, or maybe somewhere else? Now think of a moment in time when you felt deeply guided by something beyond logic. Okay, you can open your eyes right now. I know it's not enough time, but you can ponder on this question more later. So yeah, it's the soul that weaves the spirit and the body together, right? And when the soul is aligned, then the spirit naturally flows, and then your body feels more alive, more whole. But when the soul is fragmented, that's when you feel lost, or maybe stuck, or maybe like something is missing, even though everything seems fine on the outside. Like you have a good career, you have a good job, a good family, but something is missing. That's why true healing begins at the level of the soul. Not just fixing symptoms or curing illness, but returning to the place where the body and spirit meet, and then bringing love, light, and integration there. So what are we healing? We're restoring our connection to spirit, which is the part of us that brings balance, purpose, and that overall sense of well-being. So true healing happens when your body, soul, and spirit are in harmony. So when the body is cared for, you're nurturing it, then the soul expresses itself more clearly. And when you listen to your soul, and the soul feels like it's being heard, then the spirit flows freely. And when your spirit is present, then the body and the soul are naturally in harmony. And then that's when you bring that balance, vitality, and that overall sense of well-being. So it's about integration. It's about remembering that we're not different parts, but a sacred whole. Okay, so let's go back to the body, because this is what we know. But, we're not just this body, this physical body. We're actually made up of different layers of energy fields. You have your magnetic field, your chakras, your elemental lines, your aura, auric field, etheric field, all of that. So part of healing is recognizing that we are energetic bodies, not just the physical body. So there's these energy fields that interface the physical body. And today, you're going to experience one of them. So we're going to generate this energy. I mean, it's always been there, but we're going to generate it stronger. And we're going to use that energy to heal or balance a part of your body that's maybe aching or some pain or just a little feel off. Okay? But first, if you have a big ring, take it off, because it might hurt when you rub your fingers together. So we're going to do one big clap of the hands, like one loud clap, and then we're going to rub our palms together. Like, okay, on 3, let's do it together, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, rub. Harder and faster as you can. And start feeling that heat. A bit faster. 2 more seconds. And stop. Now start gliding your hands, your palms past each other slowly. And feel that tingling or maybe that pulling sensation. Do you feel that? Okay. Now we're going to put in some breath work. So we're going to inhale and start pulling our hands slowly apart, gently. So you inhale, pull it apart, exhale, contract. Inhale, exhale, contract. And start pulling it apart slowly until it's about a foot wide. Don't lose that thread of energy you feel. When it's about a foot wide, and you might want to close your eyes for this one if it will help you visualize better. Imagine that there's a ball of energy between your palms. Now we're going to do some breath work again. Imagine that the ball is like a balloon. When you inhale, it's going to expand. And exhale, contract. Inhale. Exhale, contract. One more inhale. Exhale, contract. Okay, you can open your eyes now. And then, no, don't let go yet. So you're gonna put your hands between the part of your body that you want to heal right now or balance. So it could be your head. The easiest one is your head, your thighs, or your knee. So just, or maybe your belly. I'm gonna put mine in the belly. Just slowly put it there until the ball is right in between that part of your body that you want to balance. And then you can close your eyes also for this part, if it will help you visualize better. Imagine that there are energy lines flowing back and forth between your palms. Or you can imagine an infinity loop. And hold it for a couple more minutes. Like this. Okay, and if you're feeling like you're done, you can go ahead and let go. But I'll give you a minute more for those who still want to hold it. So did you feel that? Did you feel that energy flowing between your palms? You sense anything? Yeah, so that's magnetic energy. And magnetic energy, you want it balanced. So that's what we're doing. Using magnetic energy to balance that part of your body. And you can totally, practice it at home, make that ball of energy stronger. And then you're already becoming a healer. Like Reiki, for example, so you'll feel that tingling sensation or maybe heat or pulling sensation. That's how we do Reiki, we send that energy out. Although it's the healing modality, the way the energy is generated, it's different. But it's this, you'll have the same sensation. And so yeah, and this is one easy way. Maybe you want to impress your fans to sense energy, especially those wants tactile proof energy of healing. And like me, especially those logical friends of yours, like me, I wanted proof of everything, right? And I didn't think I would be spiritual. I wanted proof for everything. I didn't think I could sense energy the way I do now. But what I've learned in my healing journey is that we all have that potential within us. It's in our DNA. It's just a matter of activating that. And we're more than just this physical body. We said we're energetic bodies. As I said before, when your soul is trying to tell you something and you don't listen, well, it could manifest as illness in your body, and actually learn that the hard way. Like for years, my soul was telling me, to do something, but I wasn't listening, so I got sick back in 2018. And you could say the story started maybe back in college, maybe over 25 years ago when I was in college. If you asked me what I wanted to be back then, I only say I wouldn't know. I just wanted to be helpful. Right? But I didn't know what my purpose was, what I wanted to do. It took me long to find it. That's why I probably got really sick. But in the meantime, yeah, I remember I was, testing out things. I tried tarot, Wicca, palm reading and all that. And then I tried, reading about other religions too. I was raised Catholic, but I couldn't connect, so I tried connecting with other religions, but I just couldn't. And then fast forward, I had to migrate. Our family migrated here in the United States from the Philippines. It was a big culture shock and reality check for me because, I saw my parents, they're just working, trying to survive like everyone else. And so without a penny to my name at 20, I really had to start my life from scratch. So from then on, I was just working and completely forgot about my, spirituality and all that stuff. But then, when I was 30, I became a nurse and, I got better. My life got better, I could say, but you would think being a nurse would be fulfilling because you think I was helping, but it actually got more jaded. Because I see a lot of people, they're not happy. They're always complaining, whining, and they always come back to the hospital for the same thing over and over, never really healing. So I said there has to be something more to this life. And then as I was nearing 40, that's when, that year I really got sick, like I said. Like I had the worst flu ever. I had asthma in spring. Like I was walking up one flight of stairs and I was really short of breath and I had to go to the doctor and had to prescribe me inhalers, like an official diagnosis of asthma. And then by summer I had shingles. So my body was really breaking down. So when my friend offered me a life activation, healing called life activation, I was drawn to it. I couldn't understand it why, but I knew maybe something here is going to help. So we did it, I felt better, and then I moved on with my life. And then a few months later, she reached out and said, you should take this class called Empower Yourself. Again, I was drawn to it, something beyond logic. So I did it and actually did the rituals that they taught in the class, because they said, oh, it's going to help you. You have 10 times more power. You have more energy. You can really make changes in your life. So I was testing it out if it really works. Well, it did work. And it was January the following year when I finally noticed what was happening though. Because every year without fail, the years leading to that, I always get flu in winter without fail, even though I get the flu shot. But that December came and went, and I didn't get the flu. And so I was asking, oh, what did I do this past year that was different from the years before? And all I could think of was that healing that I got in the class that I took. And then, okay, cool. And then forgot about it. And February came. And so I've been applying to this job promotion for like a few years now, and I got rejected twice. And this time I wasn't really expecting anything. I was expecting being rejected, but they actually gave me the job promotion. And so my income bracket went higher up, and it's been like that ever since. So, more abundance, more flow, why not, right? I'm gonna take it. And then March happened. So I've been trying to get away from that stressful job. And for years, I was trying to find another nursing job. I was actually ready to quit nursing. But then this job opened up. It's a nursing job no one has really heard of, in an office at the hospital that no one has really heard of. But I applied for the job because the opportunity presented itself to me. I applied for the job and I got it, and it's still my job 7 years later. It's like the best job ever. So a lot more changes happened after that, and then I heard about other people's stories, how life activation changed their life. So I went on to learn how to do the healing modality. I actually went to London to learn it. It's like magical. It's like being in Hogwarts. The medium want to heal. And so yeah, because I finally found something that really works. I think that really works to help others heal, be themselves. Case in point. Well, this was me for decades. I was stuck in my image of myself from high school. This was early 2019. I was still in the process of healing. But this was me in early 2022, a few years later. As I let go of those limiting beliefs, those stagnant energies, I changed. My energy shifted, and I grew exponentially. I grew exponentially in a few years and in the last few decades of my life. So this path really helped me get out of that stagnation that I've been going through, and it happened because I reconnected with spirit, with that eternal nature part of me, and I found the answer to my question from 25 years ago. What is my purpose? What do I want to be? I became an energy healer because I really want to share this path, these tools, this teaching that helped me and many others who have walked the path before me. And it all started with a life activation, jumpstart your life, and empowered itself, the class, to catalyze that process of alchemical change. So just briefly, life activation is a DNA activation. So it plugs you straight back to source. When you're activating your DNA, you're awakening your divine blueprint. So you're remembering your godhood, your godhood essence. You'll have more clarity, vitality. Your intuition will increase or strengthen. Your hidden gifts may be revealed. Like me, who knew I was going to be an energy healer? And you're going to be releasing a lot of those stagnant energies, or those blockages that's stopping you from moving forward to what is best for you. You will be guided. You'll see these opportunities being presented to you. You just need to grab those opportunities, or be aware and grab those opportunities. And then if you want 10 times more light, 10 times more power, 10 times more energy, then you can take this class called Empowered Stuff, where it will, so you will learn tools and rituals to help maintain that higher vibrational state that you're going to get from the class. It's more than a class. It's 2 days of healing. It's going to stretch you, expand you as you let go of those limiting beliefs, those old dogmas that you're holding on to deep within your core. So then you'll be ready to receive 10 times more energy. And that's when you start making magic happen in your life. Create your own life. You're God. You can create your own universe instead of letting the world dictated for you. Okay? So life activation opens the potential and empowered itself accelerates that process of change. And there's a lot of healings out there. There's a lot of fads, a lot of one size fit all healing, but there's rarely a path. And I continued, and I was fortunate to find this path, and I continued on this path because I couldn't see results. The path will meet you where you are at, and it can take you as far as you're willing to go with your healing, with your expansion, with your growth. And like I said, it took more steps because I saw changes. I became a guide and a healer in this hermetic lineage of King Solomon, which goes back over 3,500 years. Because it teaches you universal tools of empowerment and progression for those who are truly ready to change or to truly heal. Because the keys are already within you. You just need to unlock those keys. Okay? And what do I help you heal? I help you remember that God essence within you, your divine eternal nature. Because when you really connect to that, when you really understand that through your core, it's really empowering. And then you start shifting your life. Right? Because we are eternal beings having a physical moment here. Okay. So now we're going to reflect on that. And let's see. So again, close your eyes, take a deep breath. Take one deep cleansing breath. And notice other places in your life right now that's out of alignment. And can you trace it back to something that your soul might be trying to tell you? Now place a hand on your heart and ask gently, without needing an answer right away, what does my soul need to feel more whole today? Okay, you can open your eyes now. How's that? Anyone would like to share something?
The only thing I heard was live your truth.
Sorry?
I heard live your truth.
Oh, okay. No, it's true, right? Live your truth. Yeah. Remember your divine essence, which is telling you what you really are.
Yeah.
Anyone else would like to share?
I heard let go.
Let go. Yes, definitely. Yeah. All those limiting beliefs that you're holding on to. We all have that. We all have this trauma from childhood and all that, right? That we keep it holding, rehashing. But it really, it's time to let go. It's an old story. It's not the real you. It was never the real you. You know how sometimes your soul asks you to take a leap of faith and do something beyond logic, but then your mind comes in and it tells you all the excuses why you shouldn't do it, and it sounds so logical, right? And you follow it, but then that's you not listening to your soul. I should know. I didn't listen to my soul for 25 years. It took me like like I said, getting sick to really face it, slow down. And a lot of us, if you know, there's a lot of spiritual awakening happening in the world. You know, COVID slowed us down. So there's a lot of internalization. Whether for the good or bad, we started turning inwards. And a lot of people are seeking. And a lot of people, because you know, they're realizing now there is something more. There is something more to this life. So the universe gave us a moment to pause, to internalize. And yes, now is the time. Now, not tomorrow. It's the now. Don't live in the past. Don't keep thinking about the past, because it's just all baggage, extra baggage that you don't need. Don't worry too much about the future, because it hasn't happened yet. What will happen is what you will allow to happen. Right? And if there's anything I really learned about this path, is that, yes, live your truth. Trust your intuition. Right? It's guiding you. And some people might need a bigger push, like maybe energy work to connect to that. Some people already are connected to that, and they're living the life. But it's all about, yes, living your truth. Trusting that inner instinct that's always been guiding you ever since you were young. That's why children are always joyful and always in the state of joy, because they're really connected to spirit. But then children grow up and they learn all these things, and then we forget. So it's really about, it's true what they say, go back to that state of joy, of being a child. Because you're letting life flow. Connecting to that essence that's pure, without the mind, without the logic, because the mind can be deceiving. It is. It's gonna trick you. It's gonna tell you all these excuses. You should listen. It's true. Listen to your heart. Always listen to your heart. I learned that the hard way. I said I was a scientist. I listened to the mind. In short, my life got better. I was working for 25 years, my life got better, but no, I finally crashed and burned. So, it's a little bit early, but yes, thank you for joining me today. If you'd like to work with me, if you'd like to work with me, I am going to be teaching a class called Awaken Thyself next Sunday in San Rafael. That's where my office is. So you get to experience the essence of an ancient path of enlightenment. Feel that energy. There's many lineages and paths out there, and this is one of the many. So maybe check it out. Maybe it's the one for you, or just feel that essence of what it is to be part of a lineage and what energy it holds. And then you learn. So all of my classes are teaches you tools of empowerment. So you learn 2 sacred rituals for protection and divine connection. How to protect your space, your property, and to connect to the divine essence. And lastly, you're gonna experience a guided meditation to gain insights from your higher self, which is really what you should be listening to, because your higher self knows you better than anyone else outside you. So when you're trying to get guidance, try to connect to the one that knows you better, your higher self. So if you're interested, you can go ahead and join me and sign up for my class next Sunday. Yeah. Anyone else would like to have any questions or insights? And don't forget the tools that you learned today. And you can use that to help strengthen your ball of energy. Yeah, right? And maybe this will start your path to healing. And you can start healing yourself. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm excited about what Victoria has to say, but it's also kind of scary because, those intuitives, they find things out about you and you have to be ready to face it.
This kind of just feels like a confirmation that I'm on the right path.
I don't think she recognizes the successes and the gains that she's had from all of these experiences. The world, all of us are so ready to receive the aligned you.
It's the most beautiful feeling there ever.
Yeah. It opens the door. She's holding the door so that you have that connection between you and the spirit world. And I feel like the archangels are like that for you.
She truly does tune into your energy with your guides.
These things came off and they were hard-earned, hard-won things that we learned about life. So be gentle with yourself.